felt goosebumps, and you couldn't help but reminisce as Tom Watson walked the fairway. We haven't felt this kind of excitement from Watson at an Open for 21 years.
I've been dreaming of this moment since I was 10 years old.
A historic tip-in and eventual win at Pebble Beach in 1982 was shared with his longtime caddy, Bruce Edwards. This week is even more significant for the two because Edwards has been diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease. It's day 2 of the 103rd U.S. Open. ESPN and the United States Golf Association present a national championship today. Second round coverage of the 103rd United States Open. Welcome back with the omnipresent clock tower at Olympia Fields, 23 miles southwest of Chicago. Our kind of town for this U.S. Open. Few have had an opening round this full of emotion, of memories, and full of stellar play from one of the sport's biggest names to still grace the stage, Tom Watson, who was almost too fictitious to write, almost too sappy to tell. But ladies and gentlemen, yesterday really did happen. Tom Watson with a 65, and he's out already today. And the magic wand, which we saw, his closing 3 holes. This is a birdie at 1. Would the magic continue? You're kidding. He giveth, he taketh away. That did not fall for a bird. Watson parred on 1. He left the birdie putt short on 3, and then putting for par. Yes, to stay it even for the day. On the 5th hole, Watson missed the green. His attempt to save par is short, and he gives back a stroke to go to 4 under for the championship. He was tied after yesterday with the young man from Barrington, Rhode Island, Brett Quigley, who began on the 10th as the first group out and missed a par putt and 3-putted. He also would bogey 13 to drop 2 shots, but on the par 3 15, Quigley upped his Q rating with this shot, made the birdie, and got one back to go to -4 at the par 5 first. We've all done this. But dare I say, it was a Shawshank redemption because he 2-putted from there to make the par at 1 on the par 5 first. So Quigley at -4. Robert Dameron putting for an eagle at 6 for a tie for the lead. Just short. Made the birdie. He was at -4. Then Dameron, second shot at 11. The par 4 11. Nestles in there beautifully. Converts the birdie to grab the share of the lead at -5 with one of the hottest golfers out there this morning, and that would be Jim Furyk. The par 5 6. 2 par 5s are on the front here. His second shot, and he's going for it. And gets on in 2. A 2-putt for birdie, and Furyk is at -5. As play at Olympia Fields looks this way, Furyk is at 5 under, with Dameron, who is at 5 under. Tom Watson has parred every hole except the 1 bogey we showed you. Justin Leonard goes this afternoon. Quigley, after a tough start, has gotten back to 4. Jadon Blake goes later on at 4. He's off this afternoon. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman along with Roger Maltby, and we're still, and I think everybody out there is still buzzing at what we saw yesterday. It was unbelievable, wasn't it, Roger?
Well, it was one for the ages. When we talked to Bruce Edwards later, he said, gosh, it's like the 3rd greatest day I can ever remember being on the golf course with Tom, and there's been many great ones. So it was a special day for all of us, and we'd like to see more.
Well, he's certainly not going backwards very far, that's for sure. And already, Tom, who's had a historic career, has made history. He is the oldest to ever lead the U.S. Open by a few months, older than Connecticut's own Julius Boros, who led back in '73, and the venerable Brit Harry Vardon, who did it a long, long time ago in 1920. So Watson, already almost 54, had the lead after the first round. Now, Do you expect, again, we've had weather like yesterday. It's overcast and not too warm. You know, the sun is not out drying things out. Does this allow a boatload of golfers to get in it, Raj, even those that didn't play well yesterday?
Well, the golf course is showing it's still receiving shots, and the golfers are really not having too tough a time with it right now. We're seeing some good scores this morning. Two-time U.S. Open champion Lee Jansen, 3 under par on the golf course. Masters champion Mike Weir, 3 under par on the golf course. Robert Dameron, 4 under par. So we're still seeing good scores this morning. So the golf course needs some sun and some wind to dry out the greens, and if they get firmer, then we'll have a better Open test.
Well, we have Tiger Woods and his group with Ernie Els. They go off in about an hour and 20 minutes at 12:30 Central. Justin Leonard doesn't go to 1 Central Time, 2 Eastern Time. And then there's some others that you suggest can kind of climb up. We saw the 24 red numbers under par yesterday and 20 more even par scores, so maybe it's similar today. And sharing with us our good friends up in the towers, Gary Diet Coke and Jimmy Roberts. And out on the course, my longtime compatriot, the two-time winner of this U.S. Open Championship, Andy North, Ed Sneed, and Billy Kratzer. We'll be hearing from them. And handling the interviews, venerable one from us at ESPN is Scott Van Pelt, and the executive director of the USGA, our good friend David Fay. And now we go to action on the 13th with Robert Dameron. No, that's Dameron. Oh, and all bounce.
Slope fairway from right to left. Everything kind of funnels down to the left-hand side into a low area, which this has done. You can see the sea of divots around the ball. This is where most of the tee shots will end up, and then a blind second shot to the green from there.
Pro golfers make divots like that? I didn't know that. To 17. Gary Koch.
Thank you, Chris. 261-yard par 3, 17th on the tee. Davis Love. Fortunately, the hole still playing downwind. That was a 3-iron for Love. Unfortunately, to report, things no better today for Davis. He is now at +9, so 3 over par early in his second round as we go to 4.
Brett Quigley a moment ago. Par 3, 166 today. I didn't like that run.
No, he's left that ball out to the right, holes in the rear to left, catches the greenside bunker. He'll have a long bunker shot from there, trying to save par.
Jim Furyk on 11, realignment.
Yeah, he's really very specific as to his pre-shot routine, as to how he gets his hands on the club, how he strides up to the ball.
And Roger, this is a heck of a hole today. 467 right back into the wind.
Difficult yesterday. Breeze in the player's face, as Billy says. It's a lot of par 4.
He's got to go to get over that first bunker.
And here's Quigley's second shot at 4.
That was out of a very deep, buried lie. Did pretty well to get it to that point.
With Quigley, you heard Billy Kratzer with Burik's group, and here's where we are. Still, red numbers. Furyk has 2 birdies on the front side. A little bit of work to do. Nick Price has gotten off well, one of them. So is Stuart Sink, a couple guys that are certainly capable, Roger.
Not very capable, and this is a very good golf course for both those players.
Lee Jansen with a few birdies. That's quite a story. He certainly knows how to win U.S. Opens. He's won a pair of them. So really, I know we're not even at noon here, not even close, but a lot of red numbers. Weird to get back in it with the 3 birdies, which you mentioned. Mark O'Meara with some birdies to get back in it. Phil Mickelson had it going for a little while, but he's fallen back. And Sergio, after a 69 yesterday, is 2 over.
Still early.
Yes.
And speaking of Sergio, he's on the tee at 17. 3-iron also for him.
I thought he played a very nice round yesterday, Gary. It looked very, very solid. Reports were that Sergio wasn't up to his best, but shots like that is proving otherwise.
Over to 7.
Scott Verplank, tee shot. Par 3, 216.
Wind today is from their right to left. Hole plays substantially downwind, so does not play its yardage. Certainly not at this point.
Plank playing with Watson's group. That's Andy North out there with them. This is from Argentina. They call the Duck, Angel Cabrera. Walks like I didn't. That's not one of mine.
You didn't make that up?
No.
I thought that could have been one here.
No, I didn't make Babe Ruth up either. How about this hole, Raj? I mean, we have a couple of course, there's a 261-yard par 3, but still, how much trouble here?
A substantial par 3 with the hole cut on the left side of the green really takes the water on Butterfield Creek, which runs to the right of the green, out of play. But the players do not want to miss left or long. From there, very difficult to save par. Another pretty shot.
Absolutely. And Tom Watson. Andy, his demeanor today.
He's always like he is. He doesn't change if he's going well or going poorly. He's hit the ball very solidly so far. The only green he missed, he hit a little bit heavy. Back at the 5th hole, put it in the bunker, made bogey. He had great drive and a good-looking iron on the last hole that just caught the edge of the deep grass, didn't run onto the green. So he's swinging well.
Imagine Tom would try to start this ball in the center of the green, let the wind work it a little bit to the left if he could. Not all bad. Himself an uphill putt from the center of the green.
Safety first. Robert Damron, 13. Second shot, he's the co-leader.
And you can see what the player's face could only see the very top part of the flagstick, using the green slope to bring it in from right to left. Good shot. Lots of good shots out of Robert Damron this morning.
He's had a tough year. He made a name for himself a year or two ago, but made just 5 cuts and 16 starts on tour. Best finish 38th, but you can forget that in a hurry when you contend at the U.S. Open quickly for par on 4.
Now uphill, not much break in it. Just a little light on the speed.
So he'll drop a shot. Bill, Jim Furyk in the fairway bunker.
Well, you can see the difficulty. He has a very awkward lie, 206 yards to the flagstick, and Roger, I think he'd be well to get this within 15 or 20 yards of the green.
In order to get it up quick enough, it'd be very hard, certainly with the ball this far below its feet, to get enough club on the ball and hit it the right trajectory to get it all the way to the green. Sounded like he made reasonable contact.
He made very good contact, Roger, and
that's really not bad.
that's about the best you could do with that situation.
Go back and take a look at Jim Furyk. You can see an extremely wide stance. Good weight transfer to his right side. Hands very high at the top of the swing. Pretty good spot here. And watch how close the hands are to his body as he swings through impact. Keeps his head behind the ball. It's an unorthodox swing, but one that works and really produces great accuracy. Very rarely do you see Jim Furyk hit many curves.
Nicholson with 184 yards. Pretty much just a standard fairway bunker shot. And heading for the greenside bunker.
Could be a double Sandy if he's fortunate. The 17th, Gary.
And the birdie putt for Sergio Garcia. Not a lot of break here. Moved quickly. Knew he had not hit a good putt. So Sergio's already made 3 bogeys early in his round. Just 1 birdie. So he'll remain at 1 over par for the championship as we go to 7.
Tom Watson will putt first for birdie. Long one.
Chris yesterday made a putt longer than this in this hole. This is the hole where the ball stopped on the edge and then fell in. He really fed off the energy of the crowd yesterday. I think if he could get that first putt to go in, get people yelling and screaming a little bit. I mean, there's some nice ovations every hole he walks on. But I think he really needs to get just one of these to go in and get everybody all excited.
Certainly an easier putt than the one he holed here yesterday.
Absolutely. Just a little bit right to left, I think, Roger. Not much in it.
remain on this green.
Give it enough pace. Would have missed right anyway, but a good up.
So 6 pars and a bogey for Watson to remain at -4 to 6.
And Jay Williamson getting ready for his second shot here at the 555-yard par 5. It's been the easiest hole in this championship so far. Already seen 6 eagles. Jay Williamson 3 under par early in his second round. Now 1 under for the championship. Solid ball striker here, Gary. Likes to move the ball a little left to right. Sets up well for this front right hole location. Leaning like he may have lost it a little right. Well, not a bad spot, that front right bunker. We've seen a number of players get the ball up and down. You saw the ball close to the hole. This is how it got there. Bob Burns with his second shot. Roger, amazingly, the average drive at number 6 yesterday, 292 yards. That was the average.
And we should say the wind was helping him a little bit. Wow.
What a shot by Bob Burns. He'll have a makeable putt for the 7th eagle.
Jim Furyk on 11. This is his 3rd shot after he had the layup out of the bunker.
That had a little chat-out on it. Yeah.
So he leaves himself a great chance to salvage the par there tonight.
And our first look at the 496-yard par 4. Nick Price, right in the center of the fairway. Hole in a tough location today, though, just some 3 paces past a big ridge on the right side of the green. That will not come up and over that ridge. Nick Price, heck of a round going, though. He's 3 under par for the day, 2 under for the championship. And Roger, a guy that I think many people thought would play well here when they saw this golf course.
Well, narrow fairways and greens that require precise iron shots. That's right in Nick Price's wheelhouse. That's what's has been his hallmark all throughout his career.
Over at 11.
Darren Clark. Really a hard shot right here, trying to judge the pace. And you cannot do it any better than this man just did right there. I can't tell you how awesome that is, Roger.
You see a European playing a good bump and run shot? Go figure. Huh? They have a little more practice than we do. But still, that is beautiful.
I don't think I could have thrown it that close. When you talk about spectacular, you're always expecting to have a fill, especially when he's in a greenside bunker. I mean, he's hold a lot of bunker shots, and it's pretty straightforward right here.
Good sound, good funk. Club in his hand. Wow!
I had that feeling, Rod.
Yeah, you almost pulled it off for you too, bud.
I'm working with a lot of swamis here. Ball, Billy. We all are close for it. This is Dameron on 13 for a birdie and the lead.
Intended there.
Mary.
To 9.
Stuart Sink's 3rd shot. Par 4, 4 tee shot, forced the layup. He's currently at 1 under par. That should draw back down the hill. That's a well thought out and well executed shot. He'll have a chance to save par.
To 11, here's Burick to try to clean up the par.
And Roger holds it. Looked like we were going to see two bogeys on this. They're going to walk away with 3 pars.
Making it look easy around the greens.
Jay Williamson's bunker shot at 6, his 3rd here at the par 5. It's one of the things that was changed in the renovation of this Olympia Fields course. All the bunkers deepened. Nicely done by Jay Williamson. He'll have no trouble tapping that in for a birdie and a chance to move to 2 under for the championship.
Let this be a lesson to you at home, boys and girls. Practice your short game. There should be a message here.
These guys are good around the greens. As we go to 5.
Brett Quigley on 5. Taking over the bridge.
Bit of a blindy shot from the right-hand side, and that is well played. 149 yards, kept it underneath the hole.
So, shooting at the sticks, Jim Furyk, Robert Cameron come from behind to grab the lead here early in the second round.
And it's par 5, 6th. This is Brant Jobe. A chance for a birdie to get to 2 under for the championship. Just a moment ago, the 37-year-old who now lives in South Lake, Texas. And Bob Burns for his Eagle 3. There we go. So Bob Burns with an Eagle moves back to 4 over par for the championship. 7th Eagle we've seen at the 6th. Just 2 rounds. We go to 5.
Brett Quigley for a birdie.
Slow uphill putt.
Tentative today, Raj?
A little bit, it seems. And it's understandable.
Oh. Absolutely. To 9.
Long birdie putt up and over the ridge for Nick Price. Moving to his left. And so-so, still a little work left as we go to 12.
Jim Furyk on the tee at 12. Bill?
Well, Roger and Chris, he's actually gotten away with the driver today. The fairways he's missed, other than number 11, they've been in the first cut of rough, so he's kind of gotten away with the round so far, and put it in check after that.
He's got it in a good spot here. Of course, this is a blind driving hole to the players. Cannot see the landing area at all.
There's this Caddy Fluff, who, of course, a classic out here, huh?
Yes.
Really, not only because he was with Tiger, he was a classic long before he hooked up with Tiger. Here's Mickelson.
Well, here's a guy that needs to start finding some fairways.
A pretty good swing there.
Yeah, that was pretty solid right there, Raj. Good rhythm.
He birdied 2 to go 1 under, but then bogeyed 7 and bogeyed 10. To the 9th, Gary.
Nick Price's par putt. Tricky one, down the hill. Now well hold. So Nick Price down in an opening 9 of 3 under par 33. Moves to 2 under for the championship, and we go over to 1.
Mike Weir on 1, par 5. This is his 5th shot, so he's had 3 birdies to get back in it. This is his 10th hole, but Raj.
Now, there is a boundary to the left where the train tracks are that run by the golf course. Who knows if that was a factor, but I imagine it might have been. Good shot there.
Well, until we got news of that, we should put up, as Weir has gotten back in it, largest comebacks to win after 18 holes at the U.S. Open. Jack Flack, of course, the legendary one in 55. Hogan got back, did it in 50. Weir was 8 back after the first round with the 73. Here's a bogey putt.
Weir to his left.
Ouch. So it never fails. We put up the graphic, and he double bogeys. And you, the fan, can now vote on who should win in ESPY. No surprise that he's been nominated after his Masters and great early play, where he's won 3 times on tour this year. He's a nominee for Best Golfer. The polls are open. You can log on to ESPN.com, keyword ESPY to cast your vote. The ESPYs will be live on ESPN Wednesday, July 16th from L.A. at 9 Eastern Time. To 9.
Glenn Matisse ready for his second shot here at the long par 4. One of the primary cut of rough. Roger, I think that's one of the things we're seeing different at this Open. Guys are able to advance the ball a reasonably good distance out of the rough.
A long distance, the longest distance I've ever seen consistently players be able to move the ball out of the rough.
On 8, Angel Cabrera. Andy?
And Cabrera has 151 yards. Pins in the front right-hand corner of this green. He's shooting from the left edge of the fairway, so it's a perfect angle. Hole cut 4 yards from the right pin bunker.
Tom Watson.
Tom has 139 yards. This shot plays a little bit uphill, and what breezer is into his face. Just a perfect 8-iron for Tom.
Hey there. There we go. Needs to give himself some makeable birdie attempts.
With the ever-difficult long bunker shot. 30-plus yards. And a good 15 feet left to save par. Over at 4.
Moments ago, Dickie Pride.
5 through both local and sectional qualifying. Shot there.
ESPN and NBC's coverage continues from the 103rd U.S. Open from Olympia Fields at 3 Eastern. Tune over to NBC for a couple hours, then we're back on ESPN at 5 for continuing coverage of the second round. At 8, it's second round replay, best of the day, and Pride with the birdie. So he is even.
Sorry, that's no problem. Not an easy feat going for both local and sectional. 28 players did it in this year's championship.
14, second shot for Dammer.
Divot there, went after it hard, but too hard.
Our co-leader has some work. Jim Furyk, Robert Cameron at -5. Tom Watson has parred everything but one. He has a chance to get back in the lead when we come back. A makeable birdie coming up for Tom Watson. And Brett Quigley trying to steady himself. Has given back 2 shots today. Nick Price playing well among those trying to make a little bit of a run. So the action fast and furious at the 103rd U.S. Open Championship from Olympia Fields, the Southland of Chicago. Back at the Open, and while we're away, on the 12th, Jim Furyk.
Substantially uphill to a hole cut right. That'll be a speedy putt from there.
To 14, here's Dameron from Lost back there.
Whack at it. The ball came out there a little faster than I think he was expecting. Carried further than he wanted to.
Tonight.
Lengthy par putt a moment ago for Shigeki Moriyama. Up the ridge and right into the hole. There we go. Gotta love the reaction from this man. Unfortunately, that par putt keeps him at 5 over for the championship. To 10.
Nick Price on 10.
Right in at the gap of the flag, staring right down at the hole.
Ooh.
Not surprising there.
Whoa.
Great shot.
Price obviously right today, and he has really wins the last couple of years back with his putter more than anything else. Tom Watson for birdie on 8 and share the lead.
Very makeable putt, a little right to left. Just needed.
Never in question. That'll get the crowd wound up.
Well, we saw the magic on 7 did not carry over, but 8 yesterday and today, one of Tom's holes. Birdies on both days, and he's back on top because we go by age. So Watson was on top of the board. That's the way we're doing it.
I think an important thing is the putting stroke is still working, and that's the big variable for Tom.
This is Dameron trying to save par.
Putt just has to go a little bit to the right, Roger.
Uphill, should move a little bit to the right. And Get it there.
Needed a bigger sneeze than Watson had yesterday, huh? To get that in. So Dameron drops back. First bogey today for the young man from Orlando. Grew up on Bay Hill, really. And so grew up there. You get to know Arnold Palmer early. Played golf with him. And regards Ernie as his mentor, as he well should. Certainly inspiring. Tom Watson on 9.
496-yard hard dog leg right to left, par 4. Big, huge fairway bunker. Guards the right-hand side of the hole.
Gary, this hole sets up beautifully for Tom. What breezer is right to left and with him. Just take it off to the right.
Come on, ball. Doesn't sound like he liked that one very much, though, Andy.
No, he got it up to the right. It never turned over.
There's ninth hole. If you missed the fairway, it was the highest cost of rough of missing the fairway of any hole on the front 9. Almost a full stroke, 0.8. So Watson will have his work cut out for him missing the fairway at 9. That was Phil Mickelson's attempt at birdie at the 12th. Left himself some serious work to save par.
We'll stay at 12 for Jim Furyk.
And Furyk's had a couple of looks looking at Clark and Mickelson's putt, so it was a real good idea as to how quick this green really is.
Pretty speedy from this direction. He got a good look at Phil Mickelson's shot, so that will give him a real good clue.
And Clark's ball was just barely rolling. In fact, I thought it was going to come up just a little short, Raj, and it's about 3.5 feet by. But this putt for birdie's got plenty of right to left in it, plenty of speed.
Certain putts you face in the U.S. Opens, fast greens, where you're really not trying to make it. You're playing a defensive shot. Got the ball really in the wrong place here. Didn't want it behind the hole. Didn't want it right. And now has to be very, very cautious. Okay.
Just fine.
Not a bad effort.
You wanted it, though, Roger. Didn't you? Look at him.
Well, you always want them, especially when they get online. They look like they might go in. But you, trust me, when he started to hit that putt, 2 putts would have been fine. Get me down there where I don't have to mark it and I can just tap it in. Acceptable.
Stuart Sink a moment ago for birdie.
The French, quick one. Sweeping in.
There's a bender. Now, he has an open style game, doesn't he, Rod?
Yes, he does. He almost won at Southern Hills a couple of years ago.
Brett Quigley.
At the 6th, Quigley's third shot to the par 5. From 149 yards, poor tee shot, forced to lay up, and he's got a lot of work left. Easiest hole on the course as we go back to 10.
Now, this is Nick Price for Bird. Tapper. 4 under for the day, Roger.
Continues his fine play today.
Mickelson for par on 12.
There you go. Good save. That's always good thing. He needs to save par when he gets in trouble, and he had problems with that yesterday. Good stroke there, firm putt.
15th tee, par 3, 176 today for Dameron.
Over in the right front corner. On 5, paces 5 on the right.
He's taking the 7-iron today, Roger. Wind coming mostly from the right.
I'm sorry? Okay.
This is a pretty tough one to get the ball near the hole, wouldn't it?
Roger, it looks very tough. It's just barely over that bunker. It looks like it's in the bunker from the tee.
Key here, you don't want a short side and miss it. Wow, aggressive shot there.
Speaking of aggressive shots, earlier here, Nick Faldo at 15.
One of the things that Nick does best is spinning the ball against the wind. Oh! We're going to watch this putt yesterday on 7. Take it. Oh.
Now, this is not the Nick Faldo we knew 10 years ago, is it, Raj?
Well, this is also the Nick Faldo that doesn't really have a realistic chance of winning the championship either. They get a little lighter and they enjoy more when they're really not expecting of themselves to play well or win. Let's put it that way.
J.P. Hayes on 15.
Turning with the wind left of the hole. Yeah, you can see his disappointment, but that's not a bad shot at all.
And here's Faldo on 1. He just heard you say he didn't have a realistic chance to win. Look at him.
I'll stand by that. It's now +7. I'll say he still doesn't.
Okay.
Tom Watson out of the right-hand rough. Second shot, par 4 9. Got to be careful. The water does cut out there. Yeah, he's just playing the ball down short. So we'll have to rely on a good wedge shot on a putt. He's going to save par and remain at 5 under. With the 6th, Quigley with his 4th shot. Ed Snead's there.
What he was really hoping for here is the ball did not bury, and it didn't. You can see he's got a good lie. That helps a great deal.
Well, plays a good shot, Roger. You're right. A little bit on the upslope really helps. So we'll have a chance to save par, but again, the 6th has been the easiest hole on the course. As we go to 4.
PGA champ Rich Beam.
Just haven't seen many shots struck close to the hole here. Plays a little uphill, trees guarding the left-hand side. Seems to be a little deceptive to the players.
Well, it's that time of year where the College World Series, something we're just thrilled to present every year on ESPN. The 57th Annual World Series continues with Game 3 Saturday at 1:30 Eastern, Game 4 at 7 Eastern. Coverage will also be available in high definition on ESPN HD, the big picture in sports. How about hockey in HD? That was really impressive. That's a change now. There's the puck. You feel like you're driving the Zamboni.
And you can effectively count their teeth.
You don't need to count that high. At Olympia Fields, Tom Watson in a little trouble in the lead with Jim Furyk on a day that's going to warm up. It'll be in the mid-70s, but again, very little sun, so score is possible tonight.
Nicholas Foss, birdie putt. To get the even par, and he does. So Foss going along quite nicely. He was 5 under par on his opening 9. Of course, one of the heroes of the European Ryder Cup team last fall as we go back to 1.
Sergio.
Sand iron. Cut over the front left. Try to bring it in a little right to left. Spin it. Bounce once. Spin back toward it if you can. Yeah. A little deep.
And that's the hole that you do hear the train on. The train does come right by the first fairway, bringing many folks down south. It did back in the 20s and the teens when they built this club. That's how they got here. And, I mean, that's not one train every 6 hours. That's
One train that lasts all day.
And every conductor wants to make his presence felt at the U.S. Open, we've noticed.
They do like the whistle here.
Yeah, they do.
That's no more than 100. I mean, it can't be 100 yards from where the first green is located.
Yeah.
Not only hear the train, you feel the train.
Boxcars should be on their way down south, down toward St. Louis, down toward down the Mississippi. Andy is with Angel Cabrera on 2. On 9.
Cabrera has 186 yards, and this hole was located all the way in the back right-hand corner, 2 yards over a ridge. Yeah, he doesn't like it.
That's going left, huh? Yeah. Not bad.
Not bad, but
6.
Brett Quigley's putt for par and a good save, but an opportunity missed there at the par 5. They'll remain at 3 under par for the championship. New putter in the bag just last week. Been using it quite well. As we see Watson marching down the fairway at the 9th. Watson played extremely well yesterday. Really was the putter, though, that was the club that propelled him to the 5 under par 65. Used that club just 23 times in 18 holes. Andy North, how about the third shot?
Tom has 103 yards, and he played a really good second hit, a 4 live, which coming over this water maybe was a blessing in disguise. We forced him to have to lay up. 103 yards, needs to carry it all the way to the hole.
Yeah, actually probably needs to carry it a little behind the hole. It should come back. Oh, beautifully done. So Watson will have a very makeable putt to save par. It was here on this 9th green yesterday where he said the crowd willed me to that final par. I could feel it. Over to 15.
Robert Cameron has a birdie putt.
Sweeper to the right. Just overread it.
Jim Furyk on 13, his second shot.
Chris, that was from 146 yards. Hit a 3-wood off the tee. Pretty good 9-iron.
Back to 9.
And the crowd welcomes Tom Watson to the 9th green. He'll have a short putt to save par and remain the co-leader in the 103rd U.S. Open Championship. We'll be right back.
We welcome you back to Olympia Fields, the 103rd U.S. Open Championship. Tom Watson will wait. Very intriguing putt on 9. Let's see if he stays in the lead with Jim Furyk and Roger. Maybe you think it's a telltale putt, huh?
Well, maybe. I thought the one finishing yesterday on this very same hole on the 9th, I thought would have a lot to do with how he might do the rest of the championship, and he's facing another one of those today.
Nick Price made a run.
Oh, shot man. Always good around the greens with the sand wedge.
Price with 4 birdies and a beautiful 72-9.
Watson with this putt, Andy North of 6 feet or so.
I think that's just about it, Gary, and I think this is a big putt when he keeps this momentum. He just got going back with the birdie day. A lot has been documented about the shorter putts that Tom's had problems with, but it looks like he's swinging the putter well. When he keeps the putter moving, he makes putts.
And he went back to his old pal putter from a base balance putter. The old pal putter is not base balance, and he said he feels like it allows him to move the putter differently and opens the face a little bit and then releases it going through. Stay up. Okay, it's in there. What a par by Watson. Good wedge, good putt. He remains 5 under. Roger, I have to say, I think it was a little left of where he wanted it.
It wasn't the most perfect stroke he's made, but so far, so good.
Over to 13.
Start smoking all the way. Mickelson for par.
I think it's been another day of frustration, Roger.
Yeah, I would agree. He's had his foot to the floor. He's trying to make something happen, but you play an open golf course. If you're playing that way, you've got to be on. I think he's just not quite clicking on all cylinders right now.
He's the only one over par in that group. Woody Austin, patriotic at 1. A lot of cut there. Almost the rocket red glare there. Kirk Triplett on 2.
And another "How are you today" shirt.
Kirk Triplett. A little wake-up call, huh?
I think you put those on in the dark, don't you? And back at 13 from the center of the fairway now, Nick Price. Hole location today, middle left. We should see a lot of birdies here. Just like that. Sounded as if he caught it a little thin, but the good news is you won't spin it so much. Nick, 2 under par for the championship. Good golf course for Nick, I think. Back to 11.
Tom Watson on 11. Andy?
Tom's drive ended up in his first cut of rough. He's got a nice line, 185 yards. What breezer is a little bit left to right into him. The hole's way in the back left-hand corner, so anything a little short right of the hole will be just fine. We'll be putting up the hill.
Well, a long way.
A little shorter and righter than he wanted it, but not a bad play.
Tom with a birdie and a bogey. Everything else pars. So he's stayed the course, no pun intended, but Jim Furyk is the one who is at 4 under and is with a 2-shot lead.
Well, let's take a look at Tom's swing on the 11th tee. Still makes a tremendous turn. Little past parallel, shoulders past 90 degrees. Gets the club across the line and a little hood at the top. Makes him stay a little bit back on his right side, kind of block it out to the right. I don't think he released the club as well as he would have liked to on this particular swing. But for age 53, there's still a lot of flexibility and a lot of power in that golf swing.
You know, some that don't follow golf, well, we'll get to that. Here's Brett Quigley at 9, Gary.
Second shot from 193 yards. Seems like it. Miss hit. Yeah, going way left. Way left. Oh, man. Now, that all might have been very fortunate. That ball didn't get out into the parking lot area. Well, a tough day for him. Coming apart here kind of at the end. Paul on the bag. Former insurance salesman. Let go not too long ago. Started caddying for Brett about 3 weeks ago. Got him through the Open qualifying. Caddied for him at Colonial and the Castle Open in Washington last week. So he helps keep me loose out there. We talk a lot. Sometimes tend to be a little too hard on myself, and he's helping me to kind of get a better perspective as we go to the 16th tee. Darren Clark.
Gary, what little wind there is, it's coming out the right, so Darren likes to work the ball right to left, just set it inside those 2 bunkers and let it go.
Come left. Come on, baby. Keep coming. Oh, baby. Keep coming. Well, carries it over the bunkers, but we'll find the rough.
You know what, Gary, that looked like Mike Singletary looking at that ball.
There was some intense eyes there, that's for sure. This 16th hole has proven to be the easiest par 4 on the back 9 so far in this championship. More birdies than any par 4 on the back. Interesting, Roger Furyk telling us earlier in the year when he wants to draw the ball, he changes his left foot position. Actually tries to get the left foot
very square. When he wants to hit a fade, he turns the left foot out a little more.
And when he turns that left foot in and has it very square, keeps him from turning his lower body as quickly and as much to the left as it would normally. Makes him swing more from the inside so he can release it and get it turned over. Kind of a unique method, really.
That drive looks perfect, and is. Roger, I don't think there are many players, too, with a more precise pre-shot routine. There's a good look at that left foot, very square to the line of play. Yeah, actually turns it out a little bit as he moves through. I wonder if Jim knows that.
Faking himself out.
2-11.
Where Tom Watson has this long attempt at birdie 80 north.
Chris, this putt's in the 50-foot range, and it's another putt that's really, there's not all that much in it. It should break a little bit to his left. It's a little bit uphill. I mean, this is a very comfortable putt right now for Tom Watson.
And over the years, I don't know that I could think of anybody that's made more long putts away from home. In his heyday, it seemed like he'd make a couple of these every day, didn't it, Andy?
Oh, absolutely, Roger. If it didn't go in to go 5 feet by him, he just ripped that one in. 3 feet by the hole.
You know, we started to say, and this is not news to the golfers, but just because Jack had arrived first, you know, what Tom Watson did in about 10, 11 year span is as good as anybody. 8 majors in there, and we'll get back to that. Here's Brett Quigley to try to salvage the ninth.
Now, difficult third shot, pitching the ball across the green. A lot of slope from Brett's left to right. You never know when you get in an area where the gallery's been trampling it down. Sometimes you can get in some pretty gnarly little lies.
Get heel prints, you can get little depressions that might not ordinarily be there. You never really kind of know until you hit the ball just exactly how it's going to come out.
He waits. We'll go to 13.
And Nick Price for a birdie.
Center cut, real good speed going up, back quickly to 9.
Quigley's third, got it low and running, trying to get it to come down the hill. Brett Quigley struggling a little bit, trying to finish up his second round of the third U.S. Open Championship. The guy who's not struggling today, that'd be Jim Burick. He's at 7 under par, atop the leaderboard by 2 over Tom Watson. We'll be right back with more coverage in just a moment.
Back at Olympia Fields a moment ago, the Masters champ Mike Weir on 8.
This is for birdie.
Trying to hang in, Frederick Jakobsen on 3, and we welcome Jimmy Roberts.
Jakobsen with the birdie putt. That moves him 2 under to 18.
Hi, Jimmy. That's the Furyk, not the Jimmy Roberts. Our leader. There's not much question of the distance, Raj.
Nope. We have that down pat now.
Bill Kratzer?
A little wind behind him, not much. The location, I'd certainly think that he'd try to bring it in maybe just a little right to left, Roger, with the slope of the green. Try to funnel it down to the hole that way. 166 yards, and wouldn't surprise me if he freezes this one.
He plays a lot of shots of that type. Really hit the ball at the center of the green, let it work toward the flagstick. There's a lot of very high percentage golf shots, in my opinion. Just as advertised, Billy. Wow.
It's been fun to watch.
It's been pretty easy, hasn't it?
Especially for a U.S. Open. Yeah.
On 15, Eduardo Romero. El Gato for a birdie.
But didn't go left at all.
Mickelson on 18.
Actually, one of the thicker lies I've seen. Came out pretty good.
Pretty well played there, too.
Yeah.
Chases it up into the center.
Very smart.
To 17.
Lee Jansen now after that beautiful shot from the tee for the birdie. So Jansen converts, moves it to even par for the championship. 2 under for the day. The 13.
And Tom Watson just got a good view of Cabrera's putt as it raced past the hole. Correct speed.
Stop that ball was a little spike mark.
It sure was. Well, you know, we'll go to 18 first.
Darren Clark.
Another one I'd look to come in close from 114 yards. Spin it left a little bit. Okay.
Hold on.
Look at the lower body action of Darren Clark. Turn. Solid those knees work. Posts up on that left side. Really a good ball striker. I'm a big fan of this man's golf swing.
And the applause for Jim Furyk, who opened with a 67. Has a chance at a 6-5. To 16.
Nick Price now. Putt for birdie here on the par 4. Price at 4 under for the championship. 5 under for the day.
He wants that one over.
You think?
Look at that face. Not pleased.
Let's go up to Scott Van Pelt.
Jimmy, thanks. Before we were introduced to Hammer and Hank Keeney, who's played so well out here on the PGA Tour, it was his brother Tripp, who was an Oklahoma State Cowboy, an All-American, and runner-up to Tiger back in '94 at the U.S. Amateur. And, well, old boy, you shoot 67 today. There's still some go in your game. How much are you playing now?
I'm actually playing a fair bit. I play a lot of golf from April, about tax day, through the 1st of October, and then have to go to work. But, you know, usually a normal day for me, I leave the office around 4 o'clock. I'm at the golf course around between 4 and 4:30, and I practice for a couple hours, and I'm home for dinner at 6:30.
This is the best round by an amateur in this event since 1976. Now, when you have a round like this, does it make you start to kind of wonder if maybe you shouldn't be out here with your brother plying your trade rather than working for Legg Mason?
Well, these guys are incredibly good. I'm very fortunate that I have an ability to play golf, but I can't compete with these guys week in and week out. And fortunately for me, I got a few balls in the fairway, made a few putts, and shot a good score. And actually in '96, I was playing pretty good and found out that 66 was a low round for an amateur in the U.S. Open. So going down the last hole, I was saying, you know, I'm playing pretty good. Maybe I can get a 66. But 67, I'll take it. It's beyond my wildest expectations, and I'm thrilled.
We'll save the 66 for the weekend trip. Well done. We send it back out to the action on 18.
All right, Scotty, well, Phil Mickelson has a birdie attempt.
See if Phil can finish it off with another lengthy putt. Moving to his left. We'll get the no right on the line, too.
Well, he bombed it in on 17, and with that, he will end with an even par 70 and stay even for the championship. Still within range.
Still within range, but now he's got to go low at least once.
To 4, for Jakobsen has a bird.
He's walking.
Yeah. He's at 3 under, Frederick Jakobsen. 18, Darren Clark for his birdie attempt.
Up the hill, moving to his left.
Thought he had.
Nothing on the greens today for Darren, Roger.
Well, I think he plays a number of rounds like that. Still 139. It's never bad for the U.S. Open.
To 16.
Price now to clean up what's left of this for par. to remain at 4 under for the championship. Price 4th in the field in putting. And generally, with the way he strikes the ball when he putts well, he's going to be near the top of the leaderboard. Price, winner of 3 majors, 92 and 94 PGAs, of course the 94 British Open as well. Let's go up to 18.
Well, here's the putt right here for Jim Furyk. If he makes the bird, a 65 and a 4-shot lead.
And breaks the 36-hole scoring record, the U.S. Open, by 2 shots. Trigger there. He got a little right hand involved. Gave that one a little more smash than he wanted.
This might have allowed 15 competitors to stay in it. You never know.
10-shot rule. 60 players. Those within 10 shots of the leader will make the cut for the final 2 rounds. You know, like they say about golf, every shot makes somebody happy.
Maybe not you.
Just maybe not you. Exactly.
Well, I think Jim Furyk will be pretty happy with that. 67 yesterday, 66 today, 133 is a new 36-hole record for the U.S. Open, besting Jack Nicklaus, T.C. Chen, Lee Jansen, Tiger Woods, who had 134. Solid. Now, Roger?
Very handy playing. Got a golf course that could be managed, and he did it very, very well. Some scoring for 2 days.
We've always thought, right, that he's a major type player.
Absolutely. He's got all the equipment. Keeps the ball in play. Makes very few mistakes. Manages his game well. Has a good short game. He's got all the ingredients required.
To 14.
And back up in the chute of trees, Tom Watson. Andy North?
3 wood off the tee. Trying to get the ball on the short grass.
About 275 to leave it short of that bunker where you obviously don't want to be.
Perfect now.
Good position there.
Well, we're in good position to continue our coverage from the 103rd U.S. Open from Olympia Fields, guys. ESPN and NBC, we roar on. At 3 Eastern, we move over to NBC for 2 hours. Dan Hicks, Johnny Miller, company. Then we're back on ESPN at 5 for continuing coverage of the second round. Roger and I back for happy hour at 6 Eastern. At 8, it's the second round replay. Best of the day. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Jimmy?
Here at the 9th, Mark O'Meara for par. Started on the backside. 1 under for the championship. 3 under for the day. So O'Meara dropped at least 1 stroke here, probably in all likelihood the way he putts. It will only be 1. Let's go over to 18.
Where Lee Jansen has his second shot. Birdie on the last to get back to even. He's 2 under for the day. You know, we would be remiss, Roger, if we didn't mention his caddy this week is someone that certainly knows about how to win a U.S. Open. His caddy is Mike Hicks, who was on the bag for years and years and years with Payne Stewart. And, of course, in 99 when they won it all.
Here at the 9th.
The 9th.
Mike Weir stalking his birdie putt. Weir even for the championship after the birdie on the 8th hole. Started at 3 over. Remember, double bogeys on 8 and 9 yesterday. We talked to him after the round. It really wasn't much more than that. I guess it doesn't take very much more than that.
Just made some mistakes along the way that he might not ordinarily make. Just kept him from being closer to the lead. He's battling back, though.
Battling today. So Weir will have that left to remain at even. 16, where Eduardo Romero has found the rough. Second shot. Left side of this par 4. Over the bunker. How about that, getting it to stop out of the rough like that?
You just don't see that much in the U.S. Open.
Certainly
You just don't see that.
Meanwhile, back at 9, David Tom for birdie. Tom's at 1 under for the championship. 3 under for the day. Starting on the front side. We'll have that left to finish off the 2 rounds at 1 under for the championship. He said he started on the front side, actually started on the back side. Meanwhile, back at the 17th tee, the long par 3, Nick Price on the tee. Ed Snead is there.
This is a long iron, Jimmy, and he's got to hit it pretty solid to get back to the flagstick. The whole location in the back left corner of the green, very accessible, but just 261 yards away.
Okay, swing. Boy, he did nail that. He's got a whoa.
Well down into that intermediate collar just around the back of the green. Wind behind them today. Meanwhile, back at 9, David Tom, the par. His final hole of the day. So David Tom is halfway home at 1 under par. Put him in pretty good position for the weekend. The 14th.
And Tom's second shot, Andy, you're right there.
152 yards back up into a little breeze. Front right hole location. It's got a nice angle.
You know, Andy, Tom just made double bogey, but he probably breaks that down into 2 bogeys. Wonderful shot. 2 bogeys. You're going to make 2 bogeys in the U.S. Open.
He's hitting a lot of good shots, Bob. Just needs to knock in a couple of putts coming in. It'll be a magical couple days.
Back to 9.
Mark O'Meara now, 4 bogey. Still such a great stroke, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So O'Meara, the bogey, finishes at even par, 140 for 36 holes. I have to imagine he's got to be pretty happy with that. 68 today. Stay right here. Mike Weir now, 4 par.
Inside right in the cup.
So Mike Weir also finishes 36 holes at even par, 140. That's a 67 on the day. Back to 5.
Just moments ago, Woody Austin for Burick. It is the U.S. Open. You might as well wear the stars and stripes. 8 minutes till Tiger tees off with Ernie else. Some of the others charging, but they've got a big charge to catch Jim Furyk, who is 7 under through 36 holes, a U.S. Open record.
Welcome back to the U.S. Open Championship. Tom Watson, the 14th hole. This for birdie.
Very difficult putt to read. Like it's got to go a little bit right to left.
The ship a little bit after the double at 12. Now your thoughts begin to flow back to playing well. Let's go down to Billy Kratzer.
Well, thank you, Bob, and I'm here with Jim Furyk. First of all, congratulations on 2 classy rounds. You set the record in the U.S. Open Championship, but you got to feel that maybe you left a couple out there.
Well, maybe yes and no. There was a couple more putts I could have made, but I hit the ball well today. Hit a lot of fairways, a lot of greens, and there was a couple, very makeable uphill birdie putts there coming in on 16 and 18, but that's part of it. I'm happy with the way I played and put myself in good position.
You talk about hitting a lot of greens. You only missed the 1 green, and I thought the distance control with the irons was as good as I've seen.
Yeah, I struck the ball very well today. Actually, it was, yesterday I was a little back and forth. Made a bunch of bogeys, bunch of birdies. Today was just a lot more solid round. I struck the ball better. hit the ball a lot better, and I didn't make quite as many putts as I did. It wasn't as flamboyant today, but it was still a good score. I'm happy with it.
Well, you're playing with two long guys like Clark and Mickelson. I have to tip my hat to you because you never varied your strategy. When you thought it was a 3-wood off the tee, you went with the 3-wood.
Yeah, a good example of that would be on 18. Both those guys can carry the right bunker on 18, which is about from the back of the tee, it's about 292. They both blew it over that with a driver, and that's not possible. That's not in my game. So aggressive play was a 3-wood to hit it up in the neck, and from there I had only an 8-iron into the green.
To set the record for the first 36 holes, what does that mean to Jim Furyk?
Well, it's nice, but ultimately, it's nice to have, and who knows what will happen out there today, but ultimately I want to go and play a real solid weekend and get myself in position for Sunday.
Well, good luck on the weekend, and let's go out to 15.
Tom Watson. Tee shot, and we've seen some beautiful shots here on this par 3, Roger, today. Maybe Tom has one.
Been target practice here today. This is a 7-iron.
I just want to follow up one thing on 3 of the 4 guys that had the record of 134 that Burick broke went on to win the Open. Pretty good position no matter whether it's a record or not, a 3-shot lead. 17, Nick Price.
Nick Price now, his second shot from just off the back of the green. He's only missed 2 greens prior to this all day. The fairway wood. Oh, he nestles it down there nicely. Should have no problem for par to 1.
Where Ian Leggett a moment ago had a nice round yesterday. For birdie on 1, the par 5.
Start with the most greens in regulation yesterday in the field, 16 out of 18.
From Canada, Tucson a year ago. Now the Price, 17.
Just to clean this up for Price's par, so Nick Price remains at 4 under for the championship, 5 under for the day, and 3 in back of Jim Furyk. Let's go over to Mark Ralphing at the first tee.
All right, Jimmy, we're about a minute away from tee time here. Of course, Ernie Els playing with Tiger Woods, Ricky Barnes. Story on Ricky Barnes is we know he broke his driver yesterday on the range. He's got a new one today. It's not the one he borrowed yesterday. So he should be able to drive it better than he did. Tiger Woods looked extremely sharp to me warming up today. I think he's got a driver standing here right now. I think you'll see him come out and attack a little bit more than he did yesterday, play more aggressively. And, of course, Ernie, you just never know. He's calm all the time.
Back on the tee at 17. Eduardo Romero. And the long par 3. A 2-iron, we're told. We're seeing a lot of that today. The following wind.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12:30 starting time. From Stockton, California, the United States Amateur Champion, Ricky Barnes.
Hasn't Ricky Barnes stood right in there at the Masters in here, toe-to-toe with the best in the world?
He has certainly done that earlier this year at the Masters. He has done that so far here. I marvel at his confidence, his refusal to be intimidated. And I really admire his guns. Look at those arms. Man, these kids are strong.
71 yesterday.
This is a huge slice. A big tee shot for him, too, with that new driver. Boy, he really wanted to hit a good one there.
Well,
Roger, that one carried all the way over the gallery, maybe into the other fairway.
Well, just in the midi-cut.
From South Africa, the 1994 and 1997 United States Open champion and the current British Open champion, Ernie Els.
Els with a 69 yesterday. This is the second under par round in the Open since he won in 97, so maybe he's on to something, Roger.
Well, I think Ernie and Tiger both need to kind of relook
at how you attack this golf course and take a few more chances and try to force the issue a little bit more than they were yesterday. Both played very conservative types of rounds yesterday, and I think they're going to have to start aiming at more flag sticks.
This one is not conservative here, Roger.
That is tight.
And from Windermere, Florida, United States Open champion Tiger Woods.
.70 yesterday and had trouble off the tee, Roger.
He's going to have to get the ball in the fairway more often. That is clear. He cannot play effectively from the rough.
Oh, this is another kind of fade, push fade, headed right. With a beautiful little walk, unless he gets terribly unlucky, he should come up with something at any rate.
So Tiger off the tee, 7 shots back of our leader, Jim Furyk, when he won last year at Bethpage, and in 2000 at Pebble, where he wired the field. You know, he was a leader after every round. A little different this time, to 15. Watson's birdie attempt. Come on!
It's a good up. Wishful thinking to think he's going to hole all those, but it was a nice putt.
We know that if it gets a half a revolution away, it's automatic to go in. Jim Furyk, with a 66 today, has a 3-shot lead, but Tom Watson and Nick Price can still do something about it, as can Romero and Tiger and Elson company just off. We'll be back here in Chicago in a moment.
Romero is contemplating his strategy on this, his second shot on the long par 3. 4 under is Romero. 3 shots back of Jim Furyk. How about this? How about... Tell you what, I don't know that you can hit it much more softly than that. And El Gato is not happy. Eduardo Romero, the big cat, playing in his 5th United States Open championship. Didn't play last year. Best to tie for 25th in 1998 to 18.
Ed Nick Price's second shot at 18.
From 191 yards, pretty much straight downwind. Positioned himself with a 3-wood off the tee.
Pretty good shot.
Got an opening, but it is not an easy layup. I think he's actually going to maybe try and scream a fairway medal out of here. Maybe try and chase it up onto the green. It's a risky shot, but it will show us just how aggressive he's going to be today.
I'm getting flashbacks and memories of Marty Fleckman, an amateur that almost won at Baldasrawl in 1967. And he could hit it in other fairways. You could be playing somewhere on a very different part of the golf course, and all of a sudden there'd Marty be in your fairway. He went long and wrong, but he drilled that right into the face of that rough in front of him. Now he's got big problems.
Well, he'll have an advanced look at how 18's set up.
Just keep your eyes down this far. Just be real still. Thank you.
Okay, this is a shot of about 250 yards. It's going to have to be a low fade. Needs to keep it under the trees, but carry it up over the rough. There's a fairway bunker on the right-hand side about 200 yards down. He needs to scoot around the left corner of that.
Shot this is. That could be a sign of things to come, and that was a very aggressive shot to play.
Certainly a signal, I think, Roger, of what he's going to do today. I don't see much layup in Tiger out here today.
I would agree, Mark.
It's a howitzer in those trees, huh, Roger?
Yeah, that was smashed. That was a big swing.
Meanwhile, Ernie, I think, thought everybody left him, right?
Still have to wait for the play of Ricky Barnes.
He still doesn't know what Ricky's doing over there. I don't think either player knew what he did on his second shot.
I think he's just going to continue to lay it down the 18th fairway now.
Well, they're not moving any of the gallery, so he must be going to play up that other hole.
That's just what he did. He's played up that other hole, and now he's left himself to have to play across the trees over to the first green.
Ernie must think he's in a one-some.
Take another look at this shot. He's got the 3 without. Got to get it up quickly, and just beats on it and drills it right into the face of the slope in front of him in that rough. It just killed the ball's acceleration. Great job. Just tried to get too much out of it. Probably would have been wiser to take something with more loft, put it over the trees, and play a longer third shot in.
But here is Nick Price on 18 with a chance at sole possession of second place.
This puts putt pretty much just straight downhill. Not too much break, but he does need to watch the speed.
Just get online and let it funnel itself toward the cup. Just out a little right.
Have that left for par. Now here, Mark Rolfing is with Ernie Els on 1.
He had just a long enough wait, Chris, that he went from a 2-iron back to a 3-wood. 253 up the hill into the wind.
Headed right. Side bunker. Plenty of green to work with, though. Not a bad miss.
Not the first hole you expected from this threesome out of the gates.
No, that's true. Actually, Tiger's going to have his hands full with the bunker shot he's got from the left-hand side. He's short-sighted. He doesn't have much green to work with there at all.
Well, they sorted out on 1. Let's go to 6. Jimmy?
Third shot now. Just a moment ago for Woody Austin on this second of the only 2 par 5s here. The championship course, Woody Austin, 1 under par, started at 4 over. So he's got it in there. Close for a birdie try. Let's go back to 18.
Where Price and Sink will await Jeff Sluman's attempt at bird. Slew 1 over today, 5 over for the championship. Wants so desperately. He lives here in Chicago.
They need this to make the cut. Possibility of it being 144. 45, though, I believe looks like it might make the cut after the scores of yesterday.
And the 3 worst words in golf, right? You're still away.
Disappointing open for Jeff Sluman. I would have thought this would have been a very good golf course for him at home.
Nick Price trying to finish up what would be a 65 and his lowest U.S. Open round ever in 17 starts. Nick Price officially in it. A 65 climbs him up to -4 through 36 holes. 6 birdies, just 1 bogey for the personable man born in Zimbabwe. And now Stuart Sink after that tremendous approach shot. And Sink is 1 under for the day, 1 under for the championship. Could go to -2 for Bird.
In good shape, 5 shots back with 2 to go. Not that far back in the U.S. Open. He's jockeyed himself into pretty good position.
Through 36 holes for Stuart Sink, a man from Georgia. And now the trials and tribulations of Ricky Barnes on 1 continue.
This caddy's had a long day's work already, and they're only halfway up the hole.
Brother, of course, Raj, I have no idea how you can get an accurate yardage being over here at this angle.
I'm telling you right now, they're guessing. And he also wants to get out of the 18th fairway. He's been there too long. He wants to get over back on the hole he's playing.
I can tell you this, it's a long shot. I'm not sure exactly how long, but sort of a nightmare start. Boy, that was really good looking. Missed the green by just a yard or so.
Gets his bearing straight. Tom Watson is on 16, Jimmy.
Second shot now for Watson. 139 yards.
Got to take dead aim here. This is a chance to get one close. Yep.
I think that qualifies. So Watson, who has now hit 13 of 16 greens today, has a birdie putt. Back to one.
Ernie else in the bunker at the par 5 first.
Obviously, Ernie wanted to knock it on the green, but if you're going to miss the green, miss it to the right side.
So this is a much easier shot than Tiger's. It's a shot of about 70 feet. Good lie. Got a little bit too much ball, maybe. Left it above the hole.
Ball came out low and hot. I was a little surprised. Is there something, maybe a little pebble or something got in the way? He just seems shocked, but that the ball reacted the way it did.
This is not a good lie for Tiger. Very little green.
That is the problem when you short side miss. You can't play as aggressively as you'd like. It's a 6.
Birdie putt now for Woody Austin. 1 under par. Started at 4 over. So Austin moves to 2 under, but more significantly, 6 under for the day. That's getting pretty near a fairly magical number that we're all fairly familiar with around here. 1-round U.S. Open record, of course, set by Johnny Miller, 63, back at Oakmont. A record that has withstood 30 years to 1.
This is Ricky Barnes.
Not an easy shot here for Barnes, Chris. It's severely down the hill. Pretty good lie, though, but he can only carry the ball, I would say, 3 feet, maybe 4 feet at the most. 6 would be a good score now.
Very delicate little chip here. A bit of a downhill slope. It's a little harder to get the ball to come up softly. Pretty good lie, though. Work to be done. Certainly not the kind of start he was looking forward to.
Well, here's what Jimmy was alluding to. Of course, our Johnny Miller with the famous 63 at Oakmont to close it. Jack and Tom Weiskopf at Baltusrol in 1980, each in the first round for the 63, the difference being the relation to par, but 63 is a 63 in our book, and Woody Austin has an opportunity. Maybe it's the shirt. I don't know. Maybe it's the Rockets' red glare. Not sure.
Tom Watson now for the birdie putt.
This putt's going to break. It's right to it. Just get it outside the hole. Keep that head steady. Just release the putter.
Ouch. Wanted that one. Opportunity let get away.
Good opportunity there. Back to 1.
Where Tiger has a birdie attempt.
15 or so feet. Pretty good break to the left here.
Promise you, this is what he wants. Par 5 starting out. He expected to make birdie.
Yep. Game on. Here we go.
Here I come.
And it's starting to get a little muggy out there, but he's going turtleneck, so you know he's cool under there.
to 4 under. 2 under on the day, back to 1.
Here's Ernie Else's birdie attempt on 1.
This is a very fast putt. Straight down the hill from about 9 feet. The wind at his back. They go a little right. Got it outside the hole, so a disappointing start for Ernie after a terrific drive. Surprised Tiger got it up and down from the tougher bunker shot. Ernie did not.
Delgado, the cat, Eduardo Romero, second on 18. Hey,
the green player, that is well done.
49 in a month, so all this man to ever win an Open, he could be one.
Take a look. Look how steady he keeps the head. Stays behind it, swings his arms freely, past himself, catches it clean.
65 today for Nick Price. He's with Scott Van Pelt. Scotty?
Boomer, thanks so much. Nick, 58 rounds in this championship. That's the lowest score you've ever had. And I said, not bad for an old guy. He said, I'm not as old as Tom Watson. Talk about the round. It was a spectacular day. You seem to really be rolling it well.
I struggled a little bit with my game in the practice rounds. And then yesterday on the back nine, I figured something out, you know, with David Ledbetter and I've been working a little bit on something. And it kicked in a little bit on the back nine yesterday. I played really solidly. And then today, I hit the ball very, very solid today. I think I hit probably about 12 or 13 fairways and a lot of greens. So a lot of good iron shots. And, you know, the conditions obviously are a little softer and they're not quite what we expect at a U.S. Open. But I think that's more because of the weather conditions rather than the setup of the course. We get a little bit of wind and some sunshine, dry these greens up and firm them up. This golf course is going to be very difficult.
You've played so much classy golf this year, had chances to win Nissan, Wachovia, among others. What would it mean to you at this age to win your 4th major and to win the U.S. Open Championship?
Probably retire.
You wouldn't walk away from this?
No, you know, I always, this is one championship that I always felt that I could win because, you know, it's all about hitting the ball straight and being in control. And I've been very disappointed, obviously, over the years. That Olympic, probably I had a great chance to win, and Bolter's roll in 93. And, you know, I just never really got close. And I think more than anything else, it was my frustration with the putter. And now the last 2-3 years, I've putted really beautifully. And I'm just, I don't know, I'm playing a new kind of golf for me. The last couple of months, my drive has been a little bit awry, and my putting's been keeping my game together. So hopefully I can keep my ball in the fairway the next couple of days and let my putter do some more work.
Well, it was magic today, 65. Beautifully played. We send it out to the golf on 7. Thanks, Nicky.
And Woody Austin on the tee at the par 3, 216 yards. Bogeyed his first hole today. I think it's incredible how many times that happens. He only needs 1 birdie. Shoot 63. Would tie all the records. 2 birdies in the last 3 holes to break all the records. Let's go to 18.
Where this is Romero for birdie.
To his left. Interesting leaderboard with the old boys up there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Watson, 53. We got Price at 46. 48-year-old Romero.
Olympia Fields, the second round coverage continues of this, the 103rd U.S. Open, and Jim Furyk has been marvelous. 66 on top of yesterday's 67. He's got the 3-shot lead over Tom Watson, who has a couple of holes to do something about it. Nick Price, who was brilliant. You just heard from him a moment ago at 65. Leonard not yet off. Blake not yet off. Let's go to 17 and see Tom Watson at the tee. Jimmy?
261 yards. Andy?
He's taking the 3-wood. He's got it going at the right center of the green.
So after the missed opportunity on the last hole, Tom Watson now with 2 holes remaining at 4 under par. 1 over on his round today. Back over to 2.
And Mark Rolfing, is it Ernie L's first to play here?
Well, I believe he is further from the hole. They were having trouble deciding. He's got 160 yards by my calculation. But given that he's got the water bottle out, Tiger may well go.
Ernie's ball actually looks like he's close to the lip of the bunker as well.
He is. He's got a pretty good lie, though, and it's a little bit on the upslope, Murph, which will help. You know, if he keeps the swing plane with his shoulders parallel swinging with the slope, I think he can get it up.
It would appear that Tiger is going to go, huh?
What a game this is. Ernie drives it right down the center of the fairway. Tiger gets a big slice off the tee, and Tiger beats him by a shot on the hole. Tiger is going to go. Perfectly placed, dead center of the fairway.
Controlled swing, abbreviated follow through.
Control the trajectory of it. Left it just a little right, not too bad.
We'll go back over to 7. Woody Austin now for his 8th birdie of the day attempt right here. No, so we'll go back to 2. And now Ernie.
Normally has a very high trajectory anyway, Murph, so I think he should be able to get this up. Shouldn't be any more than just a smooth 8-iron. A little bit of breeze from the left. Needs to get up a little.
Sounds like he might have got that just a shade on the heavy side.
Sounded exactly that. Little chunky. Over to 4.
Well, this is Dean Wilson. The man grew up in Hawaii. We get to know him a little bit better. His sportsmanship as well as his fine play with Annika at the Colonial. He's birdied 2 and 3, and here he is on 4.
Shot here. Ooh, as it releases. That's that we've seen it for.
Ricky Barnes at 2. Murph?
I'm presuming, Mark Rolfing, that Ricky used his driver here.
Actually, it was a 3-wood, Murph. He can smack it.
Boy, boy.
That's pretty easy to do after making a 6 on the first hole. He was a little hot coming to that tee.
I wonder how often we'll see the driver today, guys, after that opening tee shot.
Yeah, I don't know why you would. You won't have much confidence in it. I'd go with 3-wood and put it right here.
Just 103 yards.
We'll go to 17.
Tom Watson now. Putt for birdie here on the long par 3. Caddy.
Just about 50 feet, Jimmy. It's going to break from right to left. He's had about 6 or 7 putts this night today, and he's had pretty good speed on most of them. Up over a little ridge and back down to the hole.
Yes.
Tom.
You know, that's kind of leave us in the danger zone. The 10.
Where Justin Leonard is beginning his second round. Leonard with a 66 yesterday.
Yesterday said it was a little wayward with the driver, that he was going to need to drive it and get the ball in the fairway more often, going with that driver here. Right. Yeah, got up ahead of it.
Wayward start.
From Ireland, please.
And playing with Leonard here at the beginning of the announcement is Eddie Harrington, who was 69 yesterday.
This 3-wood for Padre. Good choice of clubs for him. Will easier to turn right to left, shake it into this fairway.
Straight against the wind, Roger. Blowing pretty good at the moment.
standards, that a good one by Chicago standards, there hasn't been much wind yet.
Back at 2, the putt of Ernie Els on the way from the fringe.
Not easy to get the right distance here, Murph.
Almost pounded. He really ripped that. Choosing a putter because odds are you're going to make less of a mistake with a putter from there. Let's go back to 1.
Colin Montgomery.
Choosing to make this certainly a 3-shot hole with the 3-wood off the tee here.
69 yesterday was the first time he broke par in an Open since the final round at Olympic in '98. Back to 2.
And Tiger set to play here, Mark Rolfing.
Could have putted it maybe, Murph, or even used a fairway metal, but he's chosen a lofted club.
I guess that's why. Very nice touch. Those are hard shots on U.S. Open greens.
We should tell you that Dean Wilson did make the birdie that you saw him set up on 4, so he's birdied 3 of his first 4 holes. He's 3 over. Tiger rolling to 17.
Tom Watson now, the par. Andy, is there much here?
A little bit right to left. And Tom has problems with these short putts. The putter comes a little bit inside and closes. If he can get it swinging straight back, he makes them.
He has been rock solid with those types of putts over the last few days. The types of putts that have given him problems over the last few years, but absolutely no sign of weakness from Watson, and combined with his always extraordinary ball striking, he's 3 shots out of the lead to 2.
And Ricky Barnes now for a birdie.
He was hoping Ernie Els might show him some, but Ernie's ball went by the hole so fast, Ricky couldn't tell anything.
Break a little.
That's a way to bounce back, huh?
Pretty good playing by this young man.
I love his confidence, Murph.
Been out with Tiger a couple times. Said Tiger really calmed me at Augusta when he said, just relax, son. It's going to be a long day. And back at 7, Jacobson's tee shot. He's 3 under, as you can see.
Looks like he's been rummaging around in Jesper's closet.
Yeah, I think he's got some of Jesper's stuff there. Good hop. Look at this. That to go 4 under par for Frederick. And back to 2. And Ernie now for a par.
This one should go just a little to the right.
Good putt there. After you miss it at 1 for birdie, you don't want to miss it at 2 for par. That's for sure. Pressure putts, pressure chips. That's what you have when you play U.S. Open Championships. In this case, the greens are a bit softer because of the weather we've had in the area. Jim Furyk enjoyed a 66 this morning.
Well, Murph, enjoy is the right word, because Jim Furyk at 66 following 67 sets a new 36-hole record at the U.S. Open. Wow. And here's a guy you've wondered, would he be around it? He's more than around it, Roger.
He's more than around it, but he's being chased by some of the oldies but goodies. He really hasn't distanced himself that much from the field, even with that record-setting performance. So a lot of fun ahead of us yet. A lot of golf left to be played today. Maybe the wind's picking up a little bit, but Olympia Fields still giving up good scores.
You know, a question I have, stamina for a guy like a Tom Watson at 53. And obviously he plays on the champion tour. I mean, he's out there all the time. Stamina for he and Bruce, mental as well as physical. Not a question?
Not an issue. Tom's kept himself in very good shape. He walks all the time on the Champions Tour. Bruce is still physically capable of walking around the golf course, so I really don't think that'll be a factor, certainly these next 2 days.
And he should be buoyed by the gallery, shouldn't he?
He said they lifted him on the 9th hole yesterday, and they're solidly behind him again today.
As they are on 18 right here for his tee shot.
Blow it. Blow it.
Bad drive there yesterday. Not going to be in good shape.
The 3 and Tiger.
The short par 4, 389 yards. Par 4, Woods with a par on this hole yesterday. Just 288 yards to the end of the fairway, so almost exclusively irons for everybody here, certainly Tiger. Back to 1.
Where moments ago, Vijay Singh on this par 5 first, his 3rd shot.
Short game proves so much.
Ba-boom!
After taking 5 weeks off with a rib injury, did nothing but chip and putt, and it has shown up in his short game.
So an eagle on 1 for Vijay Singh. Game is on all over. So that puts him at 2 under. Jim Furyk, you said 36-hole record. Boy, he is being chased by some names you know, some names maybe you don't. Woody Austin still trying to chase down a little history for 1 round. We'll continue with the 103rd U.S. Open Championship here at Olympia Fields in just a moment. Third shot. Drive was in the hazard, so this is number 3 for Justin.
The hazard that you see when the players play the 9th, but really not considered to be in play on the 10th. That's a heck of a shot.
Now, he might have Houdini'd himself.
That's a heck of a shot.
The 7th.
And Frederick Jacobson for a birdie to go 4 under par. Twice a winner in Europe on this year's money list, so he's used to this competition. Over to 3. Ernie Els from the rough on the 3rd.
163 yards. He's definitely strong enough to get it out of here. Didn't hit it straight enough.
So that hangs up in the primary rough. The collar just in front of the bunker off the green. Stay here and have a look at Tiger's 2nd shot.
Jimmy, that's just not a mistake you can make in the U.S. Open that Ernie just made, where you miss the fairway with an iron. Tiger now's got 162, wind at his back, full location front left.
Down. Beautifully controlled distance there, landing right on the front edge.
And it obeys. So Tiger Woods at 1 under par, 1 under on the day after the birdie in the first hole. Roger, he's got that look today. You know, you can just see it.
Didn't you just know he would, though? I mean, as the day unfolded, Tiger makes no secret. When he tees off late, he'll watch a major in the morning, see what's going on, see how the course is playing, see how the scores are, and he's adjusting.
Well, I'll tell you something. I remember when Greg Norman spent all those weeks at number 1, and you just kept on thinking, how in the world could anybody be in this position for so long? Tiger 100 weeks longer to 18.
Where? 80?
Watson had 142 yards, just trying to land that front part of the green. Just pushed it. Right-hand bunker, only the 4th green he's missed today.
It looked heavy down there, Raj, huh?
Yeah, it looked pretty thick there. He looks a little disappointed with that. Take a look at his swing, tries to get the club up abruptly. A little past parallel there. Take as little grass with the shot as he can. Ball just kind of sported a little bit out to the right on him. But with that said, he's got green to work with, provided the ball doesn't bury. He gets a decent lie in the bunker. So he can escape with par from here.
And we'll get a hero's welcome as he walks up, but let's go to 3 quickly.
The 3rd member of that group, Ricky Barnes, 153 yards. 2nd shot.
High launch, high spin player.
Oh, you hear it. And a high percentage probably on this next shot. Back to 18.
And here it is. Tom Watson, Caddy Bruce Edwards coming up 18. Justin chasing a 63 with one more birdie. Does it come here?
Pretty good. Oh, it just ran out of speed. Ducked out right.
Oh.
Great effort.
On 10, Justin Leonard. Trying to wriggle free with a par. It would be a bomb, though. Leonard looks like he'll open with a bogey. To 18 and Watson.
Tom's got a perfect lie in the bunker. Just wants to land it halfway the hole.
Carried it too far. Threw it almost all the way to the cup and has left himself a tough little downhill breaker to the right.
To 3.
Third shot there for Ernie Else on the par 4. Gentle little chip right off of the collar, front of the bunker. He probably left a little bit more there than he would have liked. Else, sorry, go ahead.
Journey's coming out with a lug nut loose this time, isn't he?
Mark, what's Tiger doing? He's fixing some.
He is repairing some old pitch marks here that are in his line, Jimmy. This putt is pretty much the same kind of putt he had back at that first hole. A little bit shorter, maybe, and not quite as much break.
Could you see what he was working on as he warmed up today, Mark?
You know, he was just so sharp to me, Jimmy, that I didn't think he was really trying to work on anything. He always looks focused. He looks focused every time he comes out to play, but today he just had a little more bounce in his step than he did yesterday, and he seemed a little more driven today to maybe play more aggressive.
You know, one of the things that we've said over the years about Tiger Woods since we've seen him compete is that what he did yesterday to shoot even par could have very easily been an awful lot worse, and that's one of his great talents, is to take a horrible score and make it average.
You know, it's almost like he didn't want to do what Funnyside did in the Belmont, come out real fast, you know, because he did play so conservatively yesterday. He talked about it after the round.
Mark, it seems as though the camera's caught him sniffling a few times. Have you noticed that?
I have. He's had the handkerchief out a couple of times, but Tiger is prone to that.
We know he's got some allergy problems.
Your point about him watching this morning was a good one, Roger. He always watches the majors in the morning when he has an afternoon tee time.
Will remain at 1 under for the championship to 13.
And just a moment ago, Sean McCarty, his third at 13. There's a little help, but Sean is 8 over par. Have a cause to smile anyway. Well done. That's the 1.
Where Monty has this for par. Missed the green with the third shot on this par 5-1. Monty, who had the gallery, we talked about it yesterday, right? The gallery really kind of pulling for Monty a little bit.
Yeah, maybe they're getting tired of people jumping on him and just, you know, leave them alone.
I think they are. Well, we think they're pulling for Monty some, but there's no question here.
No doubt about it here. Certainly the darling of the galleries here at Olympia Fields. But now one that'll move to his right. You know he wanted to finish with the birdie. You know he wanted to finish strong, but I think this would give the crowd a little thrill, don't you, Andy?
Oh, this would be terrific. As you're saying, this putt's probably a little bit more difficult here. Look, this green slopes dramatically from back to front, so it's going to have some good left to right break in it. Picking the speed on these kind of putts is very difficult.
I thought he had missed it low, then I thought it was hanging in there. I thought he'd catch the right side and get it. Well, a disappointing finish, but still, even the par through 2 rounds of the Open Championship, not bad stuff for a 53-year-old guy.
I would say so. In the hunt. Look at this, Raj. Oh, man.
Not one of the things I like best about it. When the ball lips out.
3 under for Tom through 2. Ernie on 3.
Now for the par save. That was on tape just a moment ago. Els saves par, remains at 1 under. And Barnes, you may remember, had this for his birdie. So just like that, Ricky Barnes gets to even par, a bogey on 1, a birdie on 2, a birdie on 3. Tell you what, watching him, you better fasten your seatbelt. You just never know what you're going to see. Quite a player is young Mr. Barnes. We've seen a number of amateur champions come on and provide thrills as professionals. Over to 4.
The par 3, 166-yard fourth.
Not long, but still somewhat a dangerous shot, Roger. The whole location's in the back left today, and the one thing you don't want to do is go long or left here.
That's for sure. This green has plenty of slope in it. A big low area in the front right side of the green. Best description I've seen of it, it was referred to as a potato chip shaped green, kind of a wavy potato chip. And the holes on the left side of the green, a little toward the rear, and you don't want to go long or left, as Mark said. You just don't have much left.
With or without ridges?
Without ridges. Or French onion dip.
Just want to clarify. Okay. If you go left or right, you could be barbecued.
Should be just an 8-iron for Ricky. Tends to hit the ball very high.
Kind of scooped it out to the right. That was not a good swing there. Oh,
boy, you talk about a hard putt now.
It was kind of a lunge. Probably caused by indecision, not being able to make up his mind. Usually when you see players make their worst swings is when they get caught between thoughts and lose kind of their focus.
It's interesting, Roger, that Tiger said yesterday after the round he wasn't comfortable at certain points in the round, and he steered the ball sometimes, which didn't give him very good results. He's been trying to make nice full swings today, and he's been able to do it.
Said he needed to trust his swing. That's got to be left to the right.
That one's hanging just a little bit too, right down by Ricky's.
Got the club in a little bit behind him, got up a little bit ahead of it. You can see it. His release was late.
Second shot on 9 for Woody Austin. Austin at 2 under. Started the day at 4 over. He'll have a good deal of work left there at 63 if he makes that.
A lot of green to work with for Ernie Els. He, of course, is we'll get that in a minute, ESPN nominee for best golfer.
This one's headed left. In fact, too far left. Look out. Oh, that was very fortunate.
But the way they've played 1 and played 4, huh?
Some troubles here. That's not seemingly that hard to hold.
Murph?
Bad tee shots.
Vijay set the putt for his birdie now. Good roll. That's got to go center. So a little eagle birdie start for Vijay Singh to go to 3 under par. Practicing his short game, and boy, it's paying off. Jim Furyk, 3-shot cushion. At the present time, we've seen a lot of birdies here this week. A little bit unusual in a U.S. Open Championship. So come back.
8.5. Of course, Tom Watson, but this would certainly be as big a story as there is. Woody Austin, this putt for 63 to tie the all-time Open one-round scoring record. Of course, the other majors as well. No one's gone lower than 63. That wrist.
Well,
I wonder if you think he was a little nervous?
maybe he didn't know that was for the record.
Let's go down to Andy North.
Thank you, Jimmy. Tom, was such a magical day yesterday. Today was a little bit more workmanlike. How hard was it to stay in the present with all the ovations every hole?
Well, it was certainly a delight to walk up every green and have people cheering for you. That's always a nice feeling. But, I didn't put the ball into play today off the tee as well as I did yesterday, and hit a few scratchy iron shots. But all in all, I'm happy with my position. It wasn't as good a day as yesterday, but it's certainly nice to be 300 par at the U.S. Open.
2 more days left. There's some old magic left in this old body yet?
Well, I hope so. The golf course is out there for the taking this morning. There was very little wind. The greens are as soft as I've ever seen U.S. Open greens, and I think that's the reason the scores are so low. These greens, if they get firm, it's hard to get the ball close. And that's what you're seeing out there today. You know, a lot of red numbers.
Well, congratulations on your red number, and have a great weekend.
Thanks a lot, Andy.
Chris?
All right, Andy, thank you. Jimmy to 9.
Where Woody Austin's got a considerable amount of work left to do.
And literally, he didn't get this putt much more than halfway to the hole from where he started. I would assume that he had to misstrike the putt. It would be hard to misjudge the speed of the putt by that much.
Take a look at his scorecard. A remarkable 4 birdies on his back 9.
Come back there.
That is pretty good stuff. That's a nice way to finish for Woody Austin, who shoots 64, a 10-shot improvement on round 1, and what will no doubt be his Open highlight for a long, long time. Yeah, that's right. You did it. To 4.
Where Tiger Woods has this longing for a birdie.
Just from the low area of the green, uphill. You see from every bit of 40 feet. He can move to his left. Oh, boy. How about that?
The stalking is officially begun at Olympia Fields. 2 birds out of the chutes for Tiger, who's now within 5 of Jim Furyk, who has the 133 through 36 holes, the U.S. Open record. On the second page, Eldrick Woods. We'll be back at Olympia Fields, heating up now.
Iron off the tee here at the fifth. And hit that stinger, that low bullet of a shot that just chases down the fairway, and that in ideal position.
440-yard par 4 fifth to 2.
And Colin Montgomery, a man who's due to make a charge in some major here pretty soon. Ouch. So Monty will remain 1 under par, up to 11.
Where Charles Howell has this radar attempt for a birdie. Parred his first hole to 10.
Uphill, right to left. It's a pretty good effort, really, from down there.
I haven't seen the Jesper colors yet from Charles. I expect them on the weekend. College World Series, 1:30 tomorrow on ESPN at Rice against Southwest Missouri State. My bad before. And Miami and Texas is at 7 Eastern tomorrow night. I knew there wasn't a Missouri State, but at any rate, our coverage continues. Justin Leonard for par.
And this important putt after dropping the shot.
out of the first hole. You don't want to get into super struggle mode right off the bat. Just now inside the hole on the right. Okay.
So he remains at 3 under, bogeyed the 10th as we saw, and par at the 11th. His starting out hole. That's some vibrant orange, huh?
Texas. He's a long one.
Vibrant. And now to 9 with Frederick Jakob.
Second shot. This hole is allegedly 496 yards. I had one caddy tell me it actually lasered out at 512. Jakobsen is tied for second with the group there 3 and back at Jim Furyk.
Maybe he rated Charles Howell's.
I don't know where he got that stuff. Oh boy. When he comes up short there, just barely on the green. Little breeze there you can see. Long hole. A lot of work here to be done. Yeah. Meanwhile, over at 3, Vijay Singh in a mess of trouble. Middle of the fairway on the second shot, bunker on his third shot. Here he is on his fourth shot after an eagle on 1 and a birdie on 2.
He played very far back in his game. Straight up to avoid the longer rough.
So Singh will go through his third hole here today, still without a par. Over to 5.
Where Tiger Woods has his second shot, Mark Ralphing.
181 yards for Tiger. Really no wind at all right now. These conditions, I think, Roger, actually better for scoring than when the sun is out, because your vision and distance control is very good now.
Agreed. Depth perception, I think, becomes more acute when you play in overcast skies. But this hole ranked the hardest yesterday, the hardest hole in the course. 4 here's pretty good score. You don't want to get greedy and make a mistake and short-sighted along the right.
Just left of the flag.
That may come back all the way down to that chipping area, some 20 yards or so short of the green on the left side of the fairway. It's only going to pick up speed. There it goes.
Roger, I do not think that was a mishit. I think that was a misjudge. You can feel the wind now. It must have just come up when he hit it.
It's not good to say this in this situation. Back. It's just not good.
And that's going to end up... Ooh, did that miss that divot, or did that just get into that divot? Ooh. Now, that is going to make his chore even more difficult, having to pitch back uphill out of the divot. Easy to chunk.
Here's Ernie else, Mark.
177 yards for Ernie. He knows exactly what happened to Tiger's ball.
He would really have a shaky start, Roger.
Yeah, but here he is. Surly. It's okay.
Here he is. As we see Mark Ralphing just biting on Tiger's tail there. Here's Fred Couples on 10. Another rough.
Another good lie. Saw a lot of ball there. Through the green on the right-hand side. Not pleased.
Freddie with a 70 yesterday. Had it in red numbers for a while, so he's just teeing off. And this is Jakobsen.
On the 9th hole. Getting ready for his birdie attempt. You know, and I got to wonder, what is the guy thinking about when he gets up in the morning and he makes this clothing choice?
Well, he used to do it all the time, Jimmy, in the 70s.
It's got to be money. He's got to be getting paid. That's all there is to it.
Well, that's
a
right
function
there.
of cash. Because you wouldn't do it for nothing.
I guess so. But regardless of, I guess, how he dresses, it's not what it's about. It's the way he hits the ball. And right now, he is tied for second place along with Nick Price, Eduardo Romero, and Jayton Blake, who's yet to tee off. 3 shots in back of Jim Furyk. This putt for birdie now to put him in second place. 2 shots back all by himself. Over that hump there. So he'll have that left for par. We should also report that Vijay Singh made his bogey on 3. Let's go over to 5.
Where Tiger is down the hill, as we saw. Mark, is it in the divot?
It is not in the divot. It is resting right on the front edge. I don't think you'll see him ground the club, because if he did, it'd be very easy to have the ball change position and roll back into the divot.
Missing down there was no surprise. The USGA put down a net to protect the area. You could see all those divots down there because it's a collection area. Anything that misses short is going to funnel right back down there, as we saw Tigers do. So they tried to protect that area.
That shot, Roger, was actually not far from ending up back down there, the one he just hit.
It had caught that just a little lighter. It would have come right back to his feet.
Ball return. Tiger contemplating a good start, but a tough hole. And then Barnes is down there, too, in that collection area. What are the bills not paid here?
Pretty much the same thing. Good lie?
It is a good lie. He looks like he's going to hit it higher than me.
Somebody's going to end up in a divot down there.
Yeah, it was a pretty good hole. Checked that through.
Kept it underneath the hole.
Just joining us, Jim Furyk with a 66. Match is 67, so he's 7 under. That's what they're shooting for.
Colin Montgomery, second shot on the par 4 third. Bill?
Jimmy, 143 yards. Pretty thick lie, but he has an entryway with which he can certainly line it up. A location right on the front. Just kind of struggles out that rough. It should go up. Yeah, a good shot. So that ran a lot further than I thought it was.
Those European players used to chasing the ball up, right up onto the green. Certainly, Colin Montgomery showed his skill over the years, leading the European Tour Order of Merit 7 straight years, from 93 to 99. Back to 5.
All right, Jimmy, we can finally get everybody on the green here at 5, Roger.
Took a little while. Now Tiger facing this putt, steeply sloped green from back to front. Mark, what's this going to do? Go a little left?
Just a little, Roger. The difficulty here, again, is distance control. This will be one of the slowest putts Tiger will see all day long. Of course, there's a little coolness, dampness in the air. That'll slow the green up. It is up the hill, and it is into the wind. He does not want to race it by the hole, though, and have the comebacker back down the hill.
To 9.
Frederick Jakobsen now with his par. Side door there. Let's go over to Scott Van Pelt.
Jimmy, thanks. A lot of comments about the clothing of Frederick Jakobsen. I'm with Woody Austin, and very patriotic attire, very fitting for the United States Open Championship. Woody, just your garden variety 64 today. What goes through the mind when everything starts to click in the United States Open Championship?
That's a good question. I was just, when I started the day, I was just hoping to make it to the weekend, and I got off to an ugly start, 3-putting number 10, so it was just nice to get back into the game. I felt like I played a very good quality round of golf today, which I haven't played in a long time, and it's just nice to play a perfect round of golf for 18 holes.
Were you aware of the fact that the putt on 9, had it gone, would have tied the record of 63 in the United States Open Championship and all the majors, actually?
I had no idea.
Maybe you'd have hit it a little harder if you did?
Yeah, that was real good, wasn't it? No, I had absolutely no idea what that meant. I was just, I thought I hit a pretty good shot from the fairway, and it was only a couple feet from getting back there, and I'm not the greatest lag putter in the world, so it wasn't very good.
Folks who have followed this game closely know that you can be awfully hard on yourself. When you played so well at the Heritage against Davis and got to that playoff, how much did it help, even though you didn't win, to be back in that arena and competing on that level?
Well, that was the thing I told Davis. When we shook hands after it was over, he said tough luck, for him chipping in and all that. And I told him, I said, I'm just so happy to be in the arena again. It's one thing to be out on tour and playing, but it's another to compete. And my definition of competing is to compete to win, not to compete to make the cut, not to compete to keep my job. My understanding of the competing is to compete to win. And that was the first time I had competed to win in almost 6 years. So it was just really nice to be in the arena again, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to be in the arena, not just be around.
Well, if I could borrow from my compatriot Chris Berman, you're in it. 64 Woody, excellent golf. Enjoy the weekend. We send it back out to the golf on 4.
All right, Scotty. And you know what? He is in it. Tom Glissmeyer has parred the first 3 holes today. You say, well, who is Tom Glissmeyer? He is a 16-year-old from Colorado Springs, from Cheyenne Mountain High School, going into his junior year in high school. He's a 4.3 student, okay? And I'm talking to his dad. I said, what do you think? Your son's here? He says, I'm proud of him. He's a good guy. He's a good young man. Speaking of 16-year-old in the U.S. Open, another amateur, Bill Haas.
Fight.
Left. You can see him trying to hang on to it. Knew he lost it left. Trying to hang on to it with his finish.
So Ernie Els made his par on 5 and now to 6T, Jimmy.
The par 5, 555 yards. Setting up down the left-hand side, setting up open to try to get a hard cut. Ride the wind. Fairway slopes a little left to right. Hole certainly bends a little left to right. That pull.
And that ball bended right to left.
The old double cross. Over to 7.
And back on 7, the tee shot of Ian Leggett, the par 3. 216 yards. Ian from Canada.
A lot of quality shots yesterday.
6-iron there, Roger, down the hill.
Good stuff. Hit 16 out of 18 greens yesterday. Seems to be swinging beautifully.
Back to 6.
Tiger on the tee now.
Looking to bend it left to right like Ernie did. Well, Ernie didn't do it. This one is, though, down the right-hand side. Needs to hang on.
Tiger, the intermediate cut. I should say, excuse me, Roger. Tiger eagled this hole yesterday. Colin Montgomery back on the 3rd hole now. Birdie putt. Montgomery at 1 under par. There are pars to start the day. And add a birdie to that. So Montgomery, 2 under par, 5 strokes back. He's got the putter working. There's always been the issue for him. Back to 6. Ricky Barnes now on the 2. That driver again. It's brand new. Taking it down the left side. And that's the preferred side, isn't it, Roger, to get to the green? Yes, it is. That provides the best angle to play to the green. So game on. Tiger Woods. A couple of good-looking holes in contention. Everybody chasing Jim Furyk. Conditions scoreable here at the 103rd U.S. Open Championship. We'll be right back.
we were gone, Vijay Singh at 4 for birdie.
A little left. Boy, not there. Solid stroke.
You know, when you see him with the tall trees on those holes, you just think of Sahali. You know how he won that PGA, the straight long trees. 7.
At 7, the in-leg it now for a birdie. Winner last year on tour at the Tucson Open. Good birdie moves lead him to 3 under par. And back on the tee at 4.
Bill Cratchit is with Colin Montgomery. Billy?
Chris, this par 3, 166 yards. And once again, the whole location on the left-hand side, just a little bit of a breeze coming out of the left. Yesterday, Monty with a 7-iron. Same club today.
We still don't have much breeze, do we, Bill?
No, not much at all. This is right at the flag. I mean, these conditions, the first 2 days, Roger, it's as good as it gets.
You almost just, expect in Chicago 15 to 20 miles an hour wind. I mean, I've played in Chicago so many times. It's pretty windy every afternoon. We just haven't seen it yet.
To 6. Mark?
247 yards for Tiger. Intermediate cut of rough. There is a low-hanging branch about 50 yards ahead of him, so he's going to have to hit definitely a fade, and he needs to keep it down. It's actually a good lie to do that kind of a shot out of.
Way over there. Big cut.
That was a bird that flew out of the tree right down, almost landed on his ball.
Jet line is pretty much along that cut of rough. I mean, it looks like he's in it 50 yards left.
Faldo was probably the only person in the world who could affect a good slice like that. How great was that?
And get it to land that soft.
Exactly what he planned. What, 247 yards out of the rough, a slice, get it to land soft? No problem, right?
This is like aiming way left. Now let's
Go back up to Chris and Roger.
All right, Jimmy. Well, we have seen the array of shots, and who knows what's coming up here on Friday the 13th from Tiger Woods. We did see beautiful play from Jim Furyk and from Nick Price and so many others. So we're just starting to heat here, Roger.
Well, we are. I would think Furyk's lead is probably pretty safe. I don't know that anybody will get it past 800, but I think we'll see more guys in the 4 or 5, maybe 6 area, but there will be more contenders.
Well, our coverage of the U.S. Open continues on NBC for a couple of hours. Our good friends Dan Hicks, Johnny Miller. And then we come back later on, you and I, for happy hour later on here on ESPN. Coming up next, the World Series of Poker. So, I'm not sure if that's stuttered or not. But first, let's go over to Carl Ravitch. Ravi?
Chris, thank you. Terrific job. You, Roger, and the rest of the gang. And we'll see you in a couple of hours. NBC takes over the coverage. A hazy, hardly lazy day here at Olympia Fields, where the course, again, is very receptive to shots into greens. Many of you who just saw that second shot from Tiger Woods on the par 5, usually out of the U.S. Open, it is very difficult to hit a wood into a green and have it stay on. But again, last year at Bethpage, the story was the course. The cut was 10 over. Looks like the cut for the event this year is going to be 3 over. Gives you a little example of how easy things are playing this year and how difficult they were last year. Tom Watson, a 5 under 65 yesterday. 3 straight pars to start. On 4, the birdie putt won't go. He had 4 putts for birdie in his first 4 holes, didn't make any of them. Second shot to 8. And the irons were solid yesterday, solid again. Tom still 5 under, now on 12. He made an eagle 2 in round 1, this for par. And an indication that if you are in the wrong spot on the green and you roll it by, that could happen. A double bogey. He took only 23 putts yesterday. Watson on 14, another nice approach. And this one would land close enough. He would convert the birdie. Played the par 4s 2 over today, though. He was 3 under yesterday. Robert Cameron had a nice day. On 11, the birdie putt curls in. 68 for Robert. He's 3 under. Eduardo Romero on 13. Long birdie putt. Greens rolling very consistently, a 66. He's 4 under. Nick Price talked after his round about the frustration. He thinks he should be able to win U.S. Opens and hasn't yet. 6 birdies on the day, 65. Nick has got a shot. He's in at 4 under. Jim Furyk, the story of the day, twice tied for 5th at this event, rolls in a birdie putt on 13 to 6 under. He opened with a 67. He did one better today. On 14, he sticks the approach. Jim Furyk hit 17 of 18 greens in regulation. He's at 7 under, a 66 in round 2, and the leader as we speak. Phil Mickelson on 17, bombs away. Second birdie of the day, another even par 70. I wonder if even par is going to be near enough in this U.S. Open. Tiger Woods on 1. His drive was astray. His second shot came blistering out of the trees into the front bunker. Playing along with Ernie Els. Tiger and Ernie both sort of scuffling a little early, but not here. Tiger rolls it in, and then a couple of pars up and down. Watson on 18. 34 putts today. 23 yesterday, 34 today. Vijay Singh doing his best Brian Davis imitation. Rolls that in from just short of the green. That's an eagle. 2 under. Tiger on 4. And again, the irons not close. Very unrealistic to think these are pretty up. But Tiger rolls it in. Tiger to 2 under. He would bogey 5.
The following is a special presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Welcome back to Olympia Fields, 23 miles southwest of Chicago for the second round. Continuing coverage of the 103rd U.S. Open Championship, a day in which we expected to warm up, but no, the sun really never came out. The temperatures are cool. The scores, indeed, are low. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Berman. 2 more hours, maybe a little more, live coverage here of the second round action where some of the big names are making charges and some of the little names are making charges. So let's bring you up to date now on our situation. Tom Watson was the story yesterday with a 65. He putt for par on 12, no good. And Tom would double bogey 12. And he fell to 3 under at that point after birdieing 1 and bogeying 1. Then Watson on 14 with another nice approach and then a birdie. So Tom, with a 72 today, is 3 under for the championship, and he will take that. Robert Cameron, 2 rounds in the 60s, 69 and 68. He's -3. El Gato from Argentina, Eduardo Romero, long birdie is good. He was a 66, so he's 4 under. Round of the day, Nick Price. Price was right. Great approach. Sets up birdie. He had 6 birdies today for the personable 48-year-old. A 65 to vault into 4 under overall. The leader is Jim Furyk. Birdie on 13. Furyk on 14. So Jim Furyk, who had 67 yesterday, had 66 today. He sticks this approach with converting 7 under and is our leader. More on that in a moment. Phil Mickelson on 17. Started to get things moving, then went backwards, and his second birdie today, but that was a howitzer, so he had his second straight 70, even par 70. Eagles start on 1 for Vijay Singh, followed with a birdie. Fredrik Jakobsen, a Swede living in Monaco, a la Bjorn Borg, sticks the tee shot on the par 3 7th. He striped it, just like the stripes down the side of his pants. And he was in at 4 under after a 67. Woody Austin had a chance to tie the open record with the best single round at 63, ended up with 64. Tiger, first day was a 70. Bomb on 4. Yeah, he's got 2 early birds. He did back to 2 under. Tiger 9, second shot. Oh, yeah, another birdie, sets that up to go to 3 under. Stephen Laney from Perth, Australia. Good opening day. Keeps it going here on Friday. Approach within 4 feet. He would knock that in for birdie. He's at 5 under out there. Justin Leonard, 66 yesterday. Bogey to start, but drops, and Leonard back to 4 under. Now, recent action, just the last few moments. Vijay Singh on 11. 15-foot birdie attempt? Yes, sir. Vijay, 4 under, smelling a major. Meanwhile, Tiger, birdie on 13, and the roar is he's at -3. And looking up at the leaderboard, which is headed by Jim Furyk. Jim Furyk with a 133 over 2 rounds. That's a new U.S. Open record. The former 36-hole record was 134. Laney still playing. Price, we told you. Well, those names are gone, and you see that Tom Watson is still very much in the hunt at -3. Now, Leonard has dropped a stroke. He's at -3, and you see some of the other names. As for Jim Furyk, here it is, what we told you about. He bests some pretty good names. Tiger at Pebble, Lee Jansen at Baltusrol, T.C. Chen, Jack Nicklaus at Baltusrol. 3 of those other 4 went on to win, so that bodes well for Jim Furyk, at least on the history side. But history, well, that was made by Tom Watson, who at 53, the fact that he can even contend is almost to many preposterous. But what a great story he has been. Yes, he was over at 72 today, but at 3 under after 36 holes, he and his caddy, Bruce Edwards, will certainly take it.
I didn't get anything going, so the emotion wasn't quite as strong as it was yesterday. When you get something going like I did yesterday, the emotion is stronger. Today it was more of a struggle, and yesterday I was, it was like I was going full tilt, and today I was just treading water.
Well, Tom Watson will play this weekend, that's for sure. We kick it over to our colleague Dan Hicks. We'll see you in an hour. Dan?
Thank you, Chris. Just past 4 o'clock local time here at Olympia Fields Country Club as this 103rd edition rolls on. Had some great drama in the late afternoon yesterday. What's to unfold here today? Second shot by Tiger Woods at 14. Just a moment ago.
414-yard par 4. He's asking for the wind to hit it. Good shot.
Tiger's got a chance for back-to-back birdies. Also, while we were away, this was his second shot for Jonathan Byrd, last year's Rookie of the Year at the first.
Perfect drive, and now he's hit a launched, high, towering 3-wood into this green, lands it on, and comes down like a guy's 6-iron. That's amazing.
Byrd, just 25 years old, at his first U.S. Open. He tied for 8th in the Masters. That was the best finish among first-time players.
Same putt Tiger made, huh?
Was the 17th eagle recorded in this championship. More importantly, it moved Jonathan Byrd to 3 under within 4 of Furyk.
Good player.
Back over to 14, Bob Murphy.
And the putt of Ricky Barnes on the way. And that one was whistled past the hole. Up to 16.
Cliff Kresge with this 8-footer left for par here at 16, 4 drive in the right-hand rough, unable to hit the green in 2. He's currently at 3 under for the championship.
Much about him, guys?
Yeah, he lives down in the Orlando area. Second time out on the PGA Tour. He's been back and forth between there and the Nationwide Tour, playing in his first U.S. Open.
Pretty exciting, huh?
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. He's already made $361,000 this year. So we go to 14.
And Ernie now for his birdie.
Did you say birdie?
Ernie has putted for one of everything today.
He's had the kind of round, Murph, that it wears you out.
Yeah, he's just not sharp, is he? To 5.
This man has been sharp. Stephen Laney's second. Another difficult par 4.
Well, I'll say, toughest hole on the golf course. You got to be careful. Tiger did that number down the front of the green as big false edge. You got to make sure you get it up.
And he does. Just perfect distance control. His little slight putt there, but very nice. It's birdie. A very good birdie opportunity. He could move it to 6 under, back to Tiger.
Should be an excellent birdie opportunity right here, just through the fringe, but not a hard putt to read.
It's only about 12 feet, even though he's not on the putting surface.
Ball was sitting down a little, wasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely started left, Johnny. That putt never has a chance to come back right. Tiger knew it. That's why it was a hit and walk. Disappointing. You don't want to leave those out there if you can help it. 2-3.
That is the third shot for Padraig Harrington. Not particularly good. Chipped it up above the hole, and that'll leave a very quick putt coming back as he is at 1 under par for the championship, and we'll go to the 18th tower.
Thank you, Gary, and a chance to put this championship into more perspective, Johnny, as we've got an hour with you more on ESPN here before we turn it over to Roger and Chris. Low-scoring day. I mean, we've got some names on the leaderboard that you normally wouldn't expect to be here, even though we're just a little less than halfway through the championship, that you really wouldn't expect to be contending and shooting the kind of scores that they're shooting. But you've got Leaney, you've got a Jakobsen, you've got Eduardo Romero, who's pushing 49 years old.
Price.
Nick Price, 46.
Yeah, it's a good leaderboard. You know, the U.S. Open, it's historic that you get guys up there that you never heard of. Sometimes that's where they make their name. But this golf course, as you said earlier on NBC, is the kind of course that changes the sort of the modus operandi of what you expect out of a U.S. Open. I'm actually surprised that somebody hasn't gone nuts and shot 61, 62, 63. We've had a 64, but the bottom line is Woody Austin shot 64 this morning, so that was a great round, but he could have gone lower. So it's going to be a wild open, and a guy could be 1 under going into that last round, 7 shots behind, shoot 62 or 1, and maybe win this thing. And Tiger Woods has got the ability to shoot one of those real low rounds, I believe, here. If he can get his mindset a little different, that this is a U.S. Open, yes, but it also is a different kind of U.S. Open.
It's that 64 by Austin, by the way, equaled the lowest second round in U.S. Open history. So any more records out there today? We'll find out.
Yeah, there might be a lot of records set this week.
Tiger at 15, the par 3.
Tough hole location right now on the right side, wind coming from the right.
176 yards.
Well, I think he's got a 9-iron, Johnny, in his hand right now.
Wow.
But he is really going to have to stand on it to get it there.
I'm trying to figure out why you would want to hit a 9-iron that hard. I guess it's because you're Tiger Woods, but see if he goes with the 8, sort of a 3/4, 8, or the big 9.
He hit it very hard, and it is very high, right at the flag.
Coming back right over the top of the flag stick. He knew that was one of those great shots, you know, like you'd hit at 6 and 9.
That could have been the third 10 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Well, Tiger in search of his 9th major championship, his 3rd U.S. Open, most professional majors, won before the age of 30. Tiger has the list. Turns 30 not until the end of next, 2005.
Be interesting to see what happens in the next 10 years for Tiger, whether he starts to have a family and other things.
At the 3rd, lengthy par putt for Justin Leonard. Poor iron shot, middle of the fairway, missed the green. He's only hit 5 in the first 12 holes as we go back to 15.
Ernie else.
Another shot that looks just like Tiger's right here.
It's an 8-iron.
Oh, baby.
Ernie. That was an 8-iron for Ernie.
He's been waiting for a jolt like that all day.
Well, that'll surely put him at level for the championship, level par, which is right striking distance if he can find more fairways.
Like we said earlier, the two-time Open champion. You know, he knows he's going to have that tough stretch. If he can just battle through it, stick around, and stay in touch.
But you got to think, Mark, wouldn't you think that the Open record of 272 is going to be shattered? So you can't think par is great because, you know, that's 8 under right there.
No, you have to attack all the way now, I think, for the last 36 holes.
This is the attacker of all attackers.
It's an 8-iron here for Ricky. Should beat plenty.
Nice little grouping. As the amateur champion continues to play well with the top 2 players in the world. To turn pro later on this summer. Over to number 2.
And Justin Rose for a par. Oh, 11 straight pars, so he remains even par. And up at 13, Vijay in a very difficult situation here, Bill Kratzer.
Murph, that from 96 yards, he never hesitated. He just looked up and over the tree once he got up to the ball and executed quite nicely there.
Did he ever? And boy, are you fortunate when you get a lie like that.
Oh, it's a perfect lie.
And back to 5.
Stephen Leaney with a chance to move into uncharted territory. No one except for Jim Burick has got it to 6 under. Burick now at 7 under, so this to get within 1 of Burick.
Very efficient in all parts of his game. Slider putt here. Well, a little too much break there he was playing.
He'll remain at 5 under, and we go back to the 2nd.
And Jonathan Bird, he hit it 60, 70 feet from the hole. Nice par. Jonathan remains 3 under. Having a good year on tour.
Charles Howell at the par 3 fourth, 166. He is at +3. +3 in his round today. This is his final 9. How he teed off at 10.
Very precise hole. Hole location today is on the right side. Not too far on. You can see. Sorry, I meant to say left side. And it's a good hole. It's tough to get it close to those flag sticks on the left.
Well, you got to have that kind of physique to get away with wearing those clothes, don't you?
Yeah, he wants to look young, and it's cool. I used to wear some pretty wild stuff myself. And,
that's true.
You know, it's just...
You toned it down a bit, Johnny. I haven't seen that white belt in quite some time.
Well, those belts fit my thigh now.
Padraig Harrington is next, Ed.
Padraig won over today, dropped a shot on the last hole after a perfect tee shot right in the center of the fairway. Just playing up the hill. Should be a nice 7-iron. He's been hanging around, but he can't afford to drop any more shots. Needs to pick up a couple to get back into the tournament, and that's a good opportunity.
Yeah, Birdie will move Harrington back to 1 under. This guy is the grinder of all grinders, especially over in Europe. And Ricky Barnes with a birdie attempt at 15.
Kind of letting this round get a little away from him now, Johnny. Been very sloppy the last few holes.
Back to the 4th, Justin Leonard.
Justin's only 2 birdies today have come on the par 3s on the back 9. He'll see if he can continue that streak. He needs to.
That's the 7-iron. He's only hit 6 greens in regulation, and that's not good in 13 tries.
And with a sea of people packed into the stands behind him, you know that that contingent will erupt if Tiger's able to get this one down, Mark.
Well, if you wanted to see some exciting golf today, both good and bad, this was the place to be. I really do believe, Johnny, that Tiger, when he has made the big full swing on the iron shot, like we saw him do here, we saw him do it back at 9. Those have been his best iron shots by far.
Yeah, he hit a couple sloppy ones. Remember the one on the 8th hole where he didn't release at all, and
hit some great shots today and some so-so shots. But Tita, there, his mother in the straw hat, I think it was, watching her. Tita. This, as Tiger has just kind of slowly crept up the leaderboard, this to get it to a tie for third. You see where he's looking.
Well, it's going to break to his right, definitely. It's from 13 or 14 feet down the hill.
And he's looking out in this area right there. Misread it on Mark. It was a good putt. Hit it right where he was aiming.
Yeah, maybe hit it just a little harder than he wanted, Johnny.
Tiger remains at 3 under, over to 6.
Par 5. Stephen Leaney.
Big tee shot for him, and he's hooked it.
Yeah, that looks like it was headed left. Ooh, hard left, off the trees.
Dropped down. It wouldn't have gone too far at that rate, huh, Gary?
Well, all depends now on the lie, if he can advance it down the fairway.
Might be where they've been walking.
Very well could be, Johnny.
Now we go back to swing view and take a look at Stephen Leaney's swing. Oh, this swing coming
He's
up.
got both feet splayed out, as you can see. Left one way out and beautiful extension. Look at that, right, pointing right at the target, right there, perfect. Looks like Nick Price right there in that position. Right elbow tucked down beautifully. Right elbow against the side. Now he'll fire his right hip and his right knee. Perfectly extended there. Club shaft 90 degrees to the target. And just, oh, that's a heck of a swing right there. That's as good as I've seen. That swing's closing in there on Tiger Woods' swing for technically being perfect. No wonder he's hitting all those greens in regulation.
Else, tap it in for a much-needed birdie. And the two-time over.
That's the 16th. Tiger Woods with a 3-wood.
Shot, Tiger. Shot, man.
Steve likes it. Good kick. Oh, yeah. 451-yard par 4. He shot slightly downhill. Second shot slightly back uphill. Over to the 4th.
Justin Leonard for birdie at this par 3.
Keeps the shaft almost on line with his forearms in plane, and then just swings those shoulders, and boy, what a fire!
Just a moment ago.
Look at this. He's going to tap it in. He's going over there to tap it in. It goes in.
Looked like a Tom Watson replay from yesterday.
Yeah, he thought it was left of the hole.
Leonard has owned the par 3s. He's birdied all of them so far.
Vijay at 13 now for birdie. Beautiful birdie position right under the hole. 5 birdies and an eagle for Vijay today. A couple of bogeys, but he moves to 5 under par.
Making a lot of putts, Vijay is.
Over at the 3rd, a lengthy birdie putt for Jonathan Bird. And really not a very good iron shot, Johnny. This leaves a very tough putt. Across the green, big swing from right to left, and as it starts moving left, it will pick up speed.
Just a defensive putt, huh? It's right in there, -3. Did he hit it?
No, he got very defensive with it.
No, still trickling.
Over to 5.
On this difficult par 4, Leonard off that long hanging birdie at the previous hole.
That's just perfect, Dan.
That's a good one there on this toughest of all holes out here. Good start, playing with Podrick, of course. Interesting camera angle there to get all those heads in a row.
There's Charles Howell.
Very much, he's got so many different little swing gimmicks and positions he practices. He's been doing that since he was just a young kid in junior golf, and just really works hard at the game. He aims down the right side. Watch how hard he swings. It's like Jesper. Oh, man. That might be going left. That's just, to me, at what point do you not lose your underwear when you swing? I mean, those swings are just so hard.
Well, he's a pretty skinny guy, so.
Only 3 out of 11 fairways today. Charles, I don't know. Maybe that shirt was the right size when he started. I don't know.
Patrick is next.
Padraig's actually played pretty well, a little bit conservatively the last couple of days, but hasn't had much go in today. Could be at least 2 or 3 under par.
He's a heck of a player, isn't he, Ed?
Oh, he's a very solid player, Johnny. He has the kind of game that should contend and win here on a U.S. Open course.
Going down the right side, it looks like, maybe.
Harrington made an interesting comment. He said, I think the reason that Europeans are faring better this championship is because the European PGA Tour is setting up courses more like the U.S. Open is.
Yeah, actually water those things once in a while now.
Growing up the rough a little bit, narrowing the fairways. Another fine young player there, Adam Scott.
Well, this threesome consists of Adam Scott, Justin Rose, and Jonathan Bird. Probably 3 of the best young players around. This for birdie, down the hill, very quick. Will it stay up? No. That's the danger. You have to hit it so easily.
Did I hear correctly he wasn't feeling well this week?
Yes. Talked to Butch Harmon, his teacher, earlier in the week, and said that he has been under the weather. In fact, he had actually run some tests, took some blood, and we were waiting for the results. But not feeling 100%. Currently at 4 over par, and needs to make a birdie, probably. Be around for the cut.
That's probably why he's wearing a full sweater, huh, Gary?
Yeah, very well could be. Over at the 6th. Birdie putt for Tom Byram. This guy has a good U.S. Open game. Oh, there we go. Drives it in the fairway. Good around the greens. So he's at 3 under par. We're at 16, and what's going on now with Ricky Barnes?
Well, pretty much what we've seen all day long, Gary. His ball is way right. He's got a big tree right in front of him that's not a real full tree, so I suppose theoretically he could try and smash it right through the tree. Barring that, it's a pitch out.
Is there anything wrong with his 3-wood, Mark? Is it injured or something? Is there a reason why he doesn't hit it through 3-wood?
Not that I know of, Caddy. Not really that I can see. I talked to him before he teed off, and he didn't give any indication.
I was just kidding. I mean, you'd think if you're just all over the golf course, you might want to hit your 3-wood only 299, you know.
He's kind of in love with that muffled club, though.
Yep, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
At the 17th, this is Ian Leggett's tee shot. In Tucson last year on the PGA Tour, currently at 2 under par. Had a hand problem earlier in the year, had to take 9 weeks off. Avascular necrosis. Whoa. Apparently not getting blood to some of the bones in his hand. So had to take quite a bit of time off. Coming back now very well as we go to 7.
And the par 3, Tom Byram selected his club. Started the day -1. Moved to -3.
Very flat backswing there, Murph.
Oh, that was really a bad swing there. I don't know what came over him. Perhaps he was between clubs. I don't know, but that was a misfire.
There, last minute. Don't hit a left, huh?
To 6.
Stephen Laney getting ready for his 3rd shot. So, Johnny, obviously the tee shot wasn't in too bad a shape. Able to get it back down the fairway.
This would be a fine birdie if he can recover from that tee shot. Probably got a good chance, huh?
Well, front right hole location. Green has been firming up some, but if he's got a good yardage, I would think should be able to put plenty of spin on this wedge shot.
It is downwind a little.
It is playing a little downwind, yeah.
So it might be a little harder to keep that first bounce from bouncing 10 feet.
We'll cut just some 8 yards onto the putting surface.
A little left or no?
Yeah.
Looks like he sort of didn't drive up into it and was short on his lead, and that makes it go left.
By the way, Jonathan Bird made his par at the 3rd, so Bird remains at 3 under, 4 back.
Might have been in between clubs also. And that's why there was 2 clubs there. Right, Gary?
Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it, Johnny? As we go back to 16, and Mark looks like he's going right through the trees.
Yeah, or maybe low.
Choking down on it. Look at that ball, sir.
Whoa, Mr. Whoa.
Arnold Palmer-esque. He might be wearing out the gallery. They're having to do some scattering. He's gone through 4 marshals and a few gallery heights. I don't know if he's hit anybody yet, but he's covered some country.
Well, Johnny, this group was behind in their time, and a hole behind, and they were put on the clock. And I think a lot of it was due to the fact that they just had to move so many gallery ropes and stakes all day.
Yeah, I don't think it's real fair because Ricky's been in the shade all day.
Tiger next to play.
124 yards for Tiger. Just right of the flag.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, spins back.
This hole is getting pummeled, huh?
Yeah, if you drive it in play, Johnny, it is really a very accessible hole location. As you mentioned, the wind behind the players and from the right, helping the ball over to that left hole location.
Ernie else from the far left-hand side of the fairway.
This is the longest drive we've seen today, Mark.
Got just 108 yards, going straight downwind at the flag.
108 yards on a 451-yard hole. Just that kind of day for Els. Not quite happening. As we go to 14.
And Vijay Singh, he's driven down the left. The whole location's right. He's chasing that number 63 that seems to be the magical number. And look at this shot. Vijay making a lot of birdies. 5 birdies and an eagle today. And that would get him to 6 under for the day. He'd need 1 more for 63 to tie the record. Furyk posted 66 early this morning. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Back at Olympia Fields Country Club, unfortunately, just a few moments ago, as Vijay Singh was playing the 14th, that man right there was ejected from the golf course for firing some comments Vijay Singh's way. He's happy to see the man leave, but as we bring in Bill Kratzert, who is the walking course reporter with this group, Bill, I understand that the comments had a lot to do with Vijay's previous comments on Annika Sorensen.
Well, they did, Danny. And, you know, he hit such a great shot in here right underneath the hole. And when Vijay was coming up to mark his ball, the guy from the crowd yelled out, if it would have been Annika, it would have gone in the hole.
Well, that man, you don't have to worry about him anymore. He is gone from Olympia Fields.
Over at 16, Tiger Woods for birdie to get to 4 under.
Yeah.
Well, Woods continues to creep up the leaderboard. Now just 3 off the lead of Jim Furyk. Nice smile there for Steve.
Pretty nice round he's crafting. Well, everybody, we're talking about all these other rounds. He's looking at 66 right now, huh, Gary?
He sure is. Over to 13.
And back in the fairway, beautiful drive up the hill. Jeff Maggart, his second. 4 over par today for the championship, I should say. Watch this. Played so well at Bethpage Black.
You sort of needed that, Murph. The cut is projected right now. It's +3, so that's one reason why he's raising his arms. He's thinking, hey, that's just what I need.
It's like a highlight reel of the ages for the U.S. Open. Right on the number.
Furyk, with that lead holding up, hard charging Vijay Singh, I can't help but remember Vijay winning the Byron Nelson after he was in that whole media storm with the Sorensen comments, and here he is in a U.S. Open. And I think that we need for the guy who was kicked out of the tournament for the comment. It wasn't the first comment. He could have probably gotten away with the first comment, but he had a second comment that did it. Well, there
there is Singh at 14.
He's got a chance at the open record here for best round.
That's right. We're back to golf. Vijay certainly is. Yes, sir. There's the answer. 6 under today. 6 birdies, an eagle.
Wow. Like, wouldn't it be ironic that Vijay Singh on a day he gets heckled is the man to do it?
The most amazing thing about this round is this guy bogeyed the 6th hole. The whole Tiger's got an eagle birdie. I mean, like the easiest hole downwind.
Then he bogeyed the 3rd, which is a short par 4, the shortest par 4. That makes this round even more impressive. Only 5 pars on Singh's card. 4 holes left. We can par in for a 64. But he's got this par 3 next, 176 yards. If you just joined us, Vijay Singh has it going at Olympia Fields. There is the bogey at the 3rd and the 6th, but he had that eagle to begin things, and then the birdie at the 2nd. So he was out in 34, but he has just birdied the 14th. 4 birdies in the first 5 holes to begin his second 9.
It's great stuff. He had a little hiccup for about a half hour of bad putting on the 6th and was the 7th. He had some poor putts, and after that, it's like he heard me. He made every putt he looked at.
Yesterday, the late afternoon drama, Tom Watson, great stuff. This, you know, a great story, totally different, but just historic.
I think there's only about 5 people in America pulling for him, but it's still a good plan. I mean, the comments about Annika made him not that popular right now.
Well, many of his fellow players in the PGA Tour thought the media overdid it a little bit. Yeah, he took, you know, he made the comments, but he has just continued to get grilled about him, and now he's, like we mentioned earlier, has kind of gone into his shell and has refused to talk to the media. Well, it's going to be interesting if he doesn't lead after the day, if he's going to talk to the media.
I mean, he did say he was sorry after for the comments. You know, everybody can make mistakes. I surely make my share of them, but you know, got to forgive him at some point.
I don't know if he said he was sorry. I think he tried to clarify.
Okay.
And I
was trying to help him out there.
I think that's been some of the problem in not totally extinguishing the media storm. But anyway.
Okay, got a chance for a historic round here. Looking at 64 right now. 63 is the magic number. That's an 8-iron to this right hole location.
Just a little left of the hole, Johnny.
Not bad.
Yep.
Nice putt.
Flag high.
Don't want to take anything away from Woody Austin this morning, who shot a fine 64. Great round by him. Put himself back in the championship.
On the tee at 7, Stephen Leaney. 5 under par.
Sounded a little thin. Maybe just picked it off there, huh, Murph?
Sounded exactly that. He's just throwing it to the center. He's won 4 times in Europe, Johnny, so he's familiar with pressure. Back to 15.
Playing with Vijay is Bernhard Longer. He's got 2 birdies in the last 3 holes to move it to 1 under.
There's a grinder. You know, look at the eyes of a grinder.
Pretty good hole location for him, Johnny. Trying to cut it up against the wind.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a cut ball through going there, Billy.
That's it. Grass just outside the bunker.
Longer in his 19th U.S. Open, but a hard-charging Vijay Singh has stolen the spotlight in the afternoon of the second round of this 103rd U.S. Open Championship. Will we see more history made at Olympia Fields Country Club? Back in a moment. As the replay of the second round beginning at 8 o'clock Eastern Time tonight.
Out of the 17th, the 261-yard par 3. Tiger Woods on the tee.
Wind at his back right now, Gary. The whole location in the back left, so it's right in the opening of the green.
And this is just the second 4-iron of the day here at 17. Boy, that looked like an aggressive move, Mark.
Boy, and it's as high as a 9-iron.
Needs to hold on, needs to hold on. Yeah, it's going to creep down the hill into that little chipping area. 3 or 4 feet below the level of the green. A lot of options for the players from there, but not an easy shot where the hole's cut today. It's just a moment ago at the par 4 third. Fred Couples' second shot. Couples has made another bogey, now back to even for the championship. But he'll have a good chance to get back into the red. And now live for the birdie, which would be his 10th. His first 29 holes. He has made a number of bogeys as well.
Oh, we saw him make those 12-footers in a row on, what was it, 15, 16, 17, 18?
Yeah.
That was impressive. I haven't seen that out of Fred in a long time. The belly putter's working for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
He doesn't look like anything's hurting to me. His swing looks good, Gary. To the right for a hook.
Yeah, should turn a little that way. Up the hill, just be firm. To 15.
Vijay Singh for yet another birdie.
Received a pretty good line off of Bracco mediate, Danny.
Wow.
Hard enough, hard enough.
The lead. Yowzer. What a putt that was. 5 birdies in the first 6 holes in the back 9, and Vijay Singh has moved it to 7 under on his round. He's at the magical 63 mark right now. Far end for a 63, and become the 21st player. How about that putt? That's a putt you make 1 out of 10 times to record a 63 in a major championship. He already has a 63 that he recorded in the 93 PGA Championship. Let's go to 6.
Justin Leonard, second shot here at the par 5.
It's awkward there, isn't it? A little bit. Yeah.
He's 246, Johnny, and I don't think the rough's going to bother him too much. A little bit on the backswing, but not around the ball.
He picks it up quickly, so took care of that.
Going well left, though. Finds the green side bunker. Easiest hole on the course throughout this championship. Par 5, 6th. Going to go stroke average of about 4.7.
Longer for his par at 15. A little different anchor point. He's anchoring it actually behind his neck. I've never seen that before. But longer, and Rocco mediate, kind of a sideshow right now as Singh chases history over to 7. And Stephen Leaney, 5 under par. He only made 1 bogey in the championship. Back to 3.
This, a moment ago, a par chip for Retief Goosen. That is stuck in the left rough. Former champion a couple of years ago at Southern Hills in Tulsa. Chip in par remains at 2 over.
Gary, can you ever remember so many good things happening in an Open?
No, I can't, Johnny.
I mean, normally you might have a guy 7 under and another one 4 under and 2 guys at 1 under, but you don't have a whole leaderboard full of unders. Right behind Singh is Colin Montgomery at the 15th. He needs some good things to happen. He is at +2. Started the back 9 with 3 straight bogeys after getting it to 1 under. Was a 2 under it. Earlier portion of his front 9, so Mahi going the wrong way. It has just been a totally different feeling U.S. Open from the start. Now McCarron with Montgomery here. Tough championship for McCarron at +10. Again, the projected cut at +3. And Ricky Barnes is sitting right there at +3 with 2 holes to go. Those of you that we've been showing him so much. Who knows? It may end up +2. You never know. 16 times, and those have been 10 shots of the lead. There is Tiger Woods
at the 17th, surveying the situation, Mark.
Well, Gary, as I'm sure you have seen over the hours you've been on this hole, there are a number of options here. I think probably 4. You could putt the ball. You could hit a somewhat lofted club, maybe pitch it into the bank if you wanted and skip it over. You could hit a fairway metal to try and roll it up and over, or you could take a lofted club, and it would appear to me like he has taken the lofted club. It's a very tight lie down here. That's the only issue you have to deal with.
Gary, is that the best shot from that angle?
I think it is, Johnny, for where the hole is cut. He has to deal with a little ridge that comes into the green from the back portion. And if you keep the ball along the ground, it's very difficult to control the speed. I think by getting it up in the air a little bit more, you should be able to control it once it lands on the green.
Just trying to brush that grass. 3 nice brushes, and we come in and do the same.
There's the spin to control the distance once it gets on the green. That is nicely done. Very nicely done. Left to remain at 4 under par.
That's a shot you see a lot of players play on a practice range, but not many in the U.S. Open.
Yeah. L's next to play, Mark.
Ball well below his feet, awkward stance. This is an underrated part of his game, though.
Now remember the great bunker shots he played in winning the Open Championship last year at Muirfield. Great one at the par 3 in the final round, and then in the playoff as well. At the 16th, Vijay Singh, big stick in hand.
This is a hole everybody's sort of taking advantage of. So he's got a shot at 8.
Can carry the bunkers without any problem. Seem to like it, Johnny.
Well, I'll tell you, he's in a groove right now. He's got a great chance to get to 8 under. And who knows, maybe he shoots 61 today. Look where this ball is.
All the way into the crosswalk. I said Ells' ball had been the longest drive. It was just short of that crosswalk. You think he's not pumped up?
Yeah, he's on a roll.
Vijay Singh on the road to more history in the U.S. Open Championship. Could be tied for the lead right now with Jim Furyk as he plays the 16th. 7 under on his round today. Picks up 1 more birdie and plays 1 under golf. He sets the standard. It would be the first ever 62 in a major championship. Hate to leave now, but we got to get out of here, Johnny. Chris Berman and Roger Maltby take over the drama as we continue from Olympia Fields when we come back.
Back at the par-3 17th, Tiger Woods for par. Mark Rolfing can't be much in this putt.
I don't think so, Gary. He tends to hit him pretty much on the firm side anyway.
Well holed, good up and down. Tiger Woods remains 4 under par for the championship. 4 under par in his second round. Before Woods played, this was the amateur Ricky Barnes with a putt for a birdie. Barnes currently at 3 over par, which is right around the projected cut. Well, now he's 2 over. Great smile. At the 6th, Justin Leonard, long bunker shot. How quiet he kept his lower body there. No leg out motion whatsoever. Just letting it trickle down the green. and he'll have a very makeable putt for birdie to go 4 under. We go to 18.
All right, Gary, thank you. This is Ricky Barnes hanging right in there, Raj, although he's hearing yelps all over the course, didn't he?
It has been an adventuresome round for Ricky Barnes. We've seemingly been everywhere this afternoon, and not often enough there, but that is deep.
Well, you know why? He already spent 10 minutes in this fairway when we began.
Well, that's true. He spent a lot of the time on the first hole in the 18th fairway.
Well, so he has that down. And here is Tiger. 4 under. Stalking. As seemingly as the world.
Not surprised by this performance this afternoon at all. You knew that he was going to reevaluate what was necessary and really kind of change his game plan a little bit.
He has pulled this one, Roger, down the left-hand side toward the bunker.
Oh, what a wonderful bounce that is. Back into the fairway.
Just when you think that you've seen one record, we're going to break every one of them today, huh? Vijay Singh has a shot. Furyk already broke the 36-hole record. Here comes Tiger. Tom Watson in it. That's what we call a circuit overload, Raj.
Well, there's no question. I mean, we could kind of see the handwriting on the wall. The scores were going lower today than they even were yesterday. But Vijay Singh's performance is nothing short of miraculous.
And I think he had launchers in that last drive, huh?
Killed it. Yes.
He sunk. Singed it. 363s in U.S. Open play, which we've documented. Ground under repair here, so we should explain that to everyone. Let's bring in David Fay, the executive director of the USGA. I mean, that's a ground under repair. What defines it?
Well, in this case, we deemed all of the crosswalks to be ground under repair because of the damage that could be caused. So what you need to do is you need to determine your nearest point of complete relief. No nearer the hole. You have to drop within that 1 club length, and you can clean the ball. Roger, maybe he felt that it was a better yardage for him because the line looked pretty good in the crosswalk.
Well, you'd have to say the USGA tries to put those crosswalks where they don't expect players to be.
You're exactly right there.
That's a little longer than you expected that to hit it.
To 6.
Birdie putt for Leonard. No. So he'll remain at 3 under. We go back to 16. Longer second.
113 yards. Straight down, man. Just trying to fit it over the bunker between the flagstick and the bunker.
Well, Roger Maltby, you have to think this is the last real good opportunity for that birdie that Vijay needs to break the record.
True, 18 possibly with a good tee shot there, but you wouldn't look for one at 17. But it's just really a flick of a wedge. What a round of golf.
That's 95. Get down.
Brings it back a little bit. So, Vijay will have a putt for birdie. Here at 16, we see his U.S. Open finishes. 3 top 10s in the past 4 years. Over at 8.
Stephen Leaney, Australia, his second.
This might be a little bit of a surprise to me. I know he's played well on the European Tour, but come over here and play this well in our championship, I don't know. I think he's the one guy that surprised me the most so far.
To 13.
And David Duval for birdie down the hill. David having just a horrible tournament. This just earlier, though. And at least a little sunshine. Struggling with his game. 10 over par.
Yeah, Murph, I know you're up late to watch this show at midnight Eastern, 11 here local. Sports Center at the U.S. Open from Olympia Fields. We call it the NFL prime time of golf. Carl Ravitch sitting in for me tonight with, of course, the 2-time winner of this event, Andy North.
Taking a look at Tom Watson through 36 holes, Kenny Mayne on the hidden obstacles, Jim Furyk. Yes, we might discuss Vijay Singh and Tiger Woods. There's plenty to talk about, and I have the pleasure of doing that show on Saturday and Sunday nights. It's kind of been our staple at the Open, and we hope you stay up late and enjoy it. Tiger on 18 will be first to play.
Pretty amazing statement when you think about how hard Tiger hit his tee shot, what a good bounce it took, and he's away.
Unbelievable bounce it took, really. It makes all the difference in the world. Now he can play an offensive shot at the flagstick. If this ball had gotten into the rough, he'd have been forced to play more towards the center of the green, away from the hole. But he had difficulties trying to hold the green downwind from the rough, so pretty big break for him.
It's only got 113 yards, Roger. The whole location's a little bit over on the left-hand side and the wind behind him, but it's pretty much the same shot he had back at 16, where he played a brilliant one, made birdie.
I'm sure that's just the sand iron again.
It was a terrific game plan today, I thought. You could just see him attack when he had the opportunity to play aggressive, but when he didn't, he went ahead and played to the center of the greens.
As though yesterday's first round, he's just testing the waters. You know, it's like you're putting your toe in the tub. See how hot it is, okay? And he's made the adjustments that he's found to be necessary. Swing there. Haven't seen anybody spin it that hard here at 18.
One time you don't want to spin, huh? Gary at 16.
Well, here is the big putt. Vijay Singh for birdie to 8 under par for the day and the championship. Downhill, turns a little to his left. Oh, just didn't see the break. Vijay will tap in for par, remain at 7 under. We go up to 18.
All right, Gary, what's the matter with BJ anyway? Can he make a putt?
He hasn't done much in his back nine, has he?
Yeah. Barnes at 18.
Okay, really not his best effort there. I'm sure he's not thrilled with that.
Still moving a little.
It has been quite an adventure for Ricky Barnes, as I'm sure you two saw while you were watching. It has been, I mean, it's been Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Barnes. He's hit some fabulous shots, terrible ones. Ernie Els now with another big drive here.
He's got a chance to take that.
I don't believe that ball is necessarily in the... Well, it is in the...
Yeah,
there's the back line. Okay.
Yes, it is. These guys are hitting it through the crosswalk.
And this is a situation where the lie is probably one he likes very much. It's very tight. It's a good yardage for him. He would have to take that back, away from the hole, out of the ground under repair. He may like this yardage better.
92 yards.
You can see why that was the best lie I've seen in ground under repair.
It's a shot Ernie's been looking for all day, Raj. We said earlier he had the lug nut loose, it looked like, but maybe you can get it back to even for a day. Red number at the halfway mark and be a contender.
It would be a good escape because it's been a struggling round for him. He just hasn't been on form today at all.
Tiger, Ernie come up 18. Ricky Barnes. So here's a Tiger charge on the second day of the Open, and it's paragraph 6 so far. Okay?
This is certainly what the crowd wanted to see. They wanted to see Tiger play his way back into this championship. And he has certainly done just that. How about this chip shot, Mark?
Once again, Roger, as Steve Williams directing the traffic here, he has taken a very lofted club from not too far off the three, another tight line.
You know he's got to be thinking, hold this.
Absolutely.
Wow, right around the hole it broke.
Well, had he sunk it, that would have been 65. He ends with 66 and 65, the lowest he's ever shot in an open. That was the first round of Pebble, which got him going, but he's going now. Page 1 of the leaderboard.
He said after the first round he wanted to trust his swing more. When he did trust it, it worked just fine. And I think he made strides in that direction today, certainly.
70, 66. And the 8 majors that he's won after the second round, of course, the most recent one, the Open, he led by 3. He has come, see, as long as he's in shouting distance, not that he can't come roaring from behind, but now he is certainly in shouting distance, or at least just speaking distance, maybe whispering.
They know he's there. Put it that way.
They know this man's there, too. Vijay Singh off the tee at 17. With a 3-iron. Well, we said this was not a likely birdie hole.
Forget about it.
What a shot. We go up to 18.
Where Ricky Barnes has this putt to try to finish at 1 over. Done. Barnes began the day at 1 over, so if he holds that, he will be 1 over for the day at 71. Hey, when you consider the microscope under which he's played and with whom he's played, again, he has stood tall.
He continues to impress. Both his performance earlier this year at the Masters and this, I think, speaks volumes for his ability when he does come out on the tour and his heart.
But they're making change there, aren't they?
I think what happened there is his ball came to rest literally right in front of Ernie Els' coin. So is now what's procedure? Procedure they have chosen, and I think correctly so, is that Ernie Els would move his coin, and then Ricky could mark his ball and putt out.
Tonight's finish par at 18. 2 of the 10 amateurs will make the cut. Trip Keeney, and you're looking at the other one, Ricky Barnes. He's going to stay an amateur through the British, then plans to turn pro.
And what's really remarkable, Chris, is that Ricky actually played 8 shots on this 18th hole today, 4 of them when he was playing the hole, and another 4 when he was playing the 1st and the 10th hole.
They're going to rename it, Mark. Barnes.
I can't wait till he turns pro, I'll tell you that. He's going to be exciting to watch.
Well, here's Ernie trying to leave a calling card for tomorrow.
It would be quite a round of 70, I'll tell you.
Birdie's the last. So a 70 for Els on a in and out day, but I guess that's the mark of a real champ, huh? Have it going, have a decent score when you're not playing well.
You bet. Damage control. Sometimes you feel great getting out with the 70 when it could have been a lot worse. Sometimes you feel bad when you should have shot 65 and you turn it into a 70.
You just had the glimpse of Tiger's new duel. Little frost up there, huh? We'll see if Vijay can make birdie and be on pace for a major championship record 62. We'll be back.
Welcome back to the 103rd United States Open Championship. par 3 17th. And Hard Longer will a lengthy putt for birdie.
And Gary, more importantly, I think Longer's putt is going to give Vijay Singh a pretty good read.
Some question here. Longer has brought the official walking with the group out. You know what's going on, Bill? Pointing to something on the ground, maybe determining whether it's ball mark there or not.
I'd get a little bit closer, Garrett.
Well, I would imagine it may be a request for some kind of unusual damage, because usually you would only refer to your playing competitor and say, hey, does this look like a pitch mark to you? And your playing competitor either say, yes, I believe it is, or no, I believe it's not. And if it's not, you're not allowed to repair it.
I don't think I can't use a towel, but maybe you could.
Now we're getting a clear image. That may be something left by a bird.
Residue.
Residue. Cannot use the towel to brush that out of the line. You gonna live with that? Apparently you can't. David Craig, you have to live with that if that's what that is?
You cannot use a towel to brush away a loose impediment, and that's what that gun is.
Good job, Bill.
It just looked like you used a towel there. Let's see. Wow. There's the old towel, and the line is now dung free.
We'll have to check on that. We may be allowing a towel to be used to remove something like dung.
Well, one thing's for sure, Gary, and you have it. The official there has a new umbrella. He still has the tag on it, I noticed.
Well, I'm glad he's carried it.
Yeah.
Chris, because he kept the rain away.
Yeah. Always works, doesn't it, Gary?
Be prepared. All right, Longer, lengthy putt for birdie. Not hit firmly enough, nowhere near it. Wow.
That does Vijay Singh no good.
Not whatsoever.
He just barely got inside Vijay.
Bill, have you had a chance to look at the putt?
Gary, I've looked at it, and it's in the shadows, so a little more difficult to read, but I don't think he can put it outside the hole whatsoever.
This is certainly rarefied air. He may be about to enter. Should he hold this and get through the 18th?
Did he hit it? It just needed more speed. So Singh taps in for par at 17, remains 7 under. And we'll join Mark Rolfe.
All right, thank you, Gary. Tiger, an opening round of 70 yesterday, 4 under par, 66 today. What was the biggest difference in today's round for you?
I drove it better. It's a much easier golf course from the fairway, and I worked on my swing a little bit last night, found a couple things that I needed to fix, and I fixed them, and I went out there and I trusted it, and that's the biggest thing. You got to go out there and trust your swing, and I was able to do that today.
You said you played a little conservatively yesterday after the round because you didn't feel totally comfortable. Today you felt comfortable, played a little more aggressively?
I did. But when you're feeling like you can hit spots, yeah, you can go ahead and be a little bit more aggressive. And I wasn't to the point where I was aggressive going out a lot of the flags. I was kind of shading it, maybe a yard or two towards the fat side, and that's basically how I've played and how you have to play this golf course.
You hit a couple of spectacular shots on the front side today. Tell us about the second shot at 6.
I said, well, it's the same shot. Go ahead and do it again, and it came off.
Second shot at 9 had to be just about the best iron shot you've hit all week.
Oh, without a doubt. That was just a nice high cut in there, and
it's awfully nice when you could, you aim at a tree in the distance and you say, I'm just gonna bleed one off that tree, and it was just perfect. So it was nice to actually stay up on top, because I thought I hit it flush enough where it was gonna land at the hole and skip by, but it landed softly.
The scoring is very low for a U.S. Open. In fact, record scoring. What type of a setup do you expect to see over the weekend out here?
It all depends on these greens. If the greens get hard and fast, and some of these putts, like the putt I had on 13 was unbelievably quick, and if that gets hard and fast, I don't know if I could keep that ball from going 4 or 5 feet past. So it all depends what they want to do. If they don't put any water on these things and we get nothing but wind and no overcast clouds in the morning like we did the last couple of days, then it could be different.
We're watching Vijay now at the 18th tee. Are you aware of what he's doing out there?
Oh, he's playing beautifully. I saw that when I was looking on the board. 19, he made 2 bogeys and it's still 7 under par. So he's playing great, and he's played really well all year. So this is not a big surprise.
All right, great round today. Good luck the rest of the way.
Ralph, Tiger, thank you. This is the 18th tee now, and Vijay Singh, he just striked his last.
He shot at 16 and certainly blistered an iron there at 17, so obviously swinging well. He wants to get the ball in the fairway here, and we'll leave him a short iron playing downwind. It will give him a chance to make that final birdie if he can.
Roger, I think with the driver, you take that bunker down the right-hand side out of play.
No question. Go over the top of that.
Boy, this is just hammered down.
That did not get the bounce Tiger Woods got, so it's going to be tough from there.
Tough to shoot 60, tough to shoot 63 perhaps from there, but Vijay Singh, his record pace has tied an already 36-hole record for Jim Furyk, as he has 1 hole to play, -7, the number, here in the 103rd U.S. Open Championship. We'll be back to suddenly sunny Olympia Fields in a moment. We're back, and moments ago you talk about thrills here. 16-year-old Tom Glissmeyer on 18 for a birdie.
What a way to finish his first U.S. Open experience.
Are you kidding me? 16 years old, going to be a junior, Cheyenne Mountain High School in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and that birdie gives him a 79, 79. He's 16 years old and shot a 79 at the U.S. Open.
How about the reception he's getting from the crowd? Standing O. Look at this. People on their feet.
It was a moment ago, and it's a moment he'll never forget. 16, oh my God. Meanwhile, Vijay. But Longer will play first. There's a clarification on 17 with the brush away of, dare I say it, David Fay, the dung.
Well, it was confirmed that it is dung, and it's only because it was dung that it was allowed to be done by towel. Now, the decision doesn't give that exception, but the dung was of such a size that, in the opinion, this gets pretty graphic, fellas.
Sure it does.
In the opinion of the official, there was no other way to remove it. A few years ago, I remember at the U.S. Open at Oakland Hills, Constantine Aroka removed some dung with a tee, picking it up, and there was some question about that. And at the time, he was going to be penalized, but the feeling was that he had misinterpreted what the official had said. Since that time, there's been some discussion about a what if, but because of the... I'm going to hold up here. Go mediate second. Another one taken dead in.
Go ahead, Dick. I would have thought that at a course once, which Al Capone once played, that a guy named Rocco would have a chance. But at any rate, it was ruled that that was fine, and Longer responded with a nice shot at 18. But here is our story. In the fairway bunker, Vijay.
And the question is, how quickly does he have to get the ball up? Bill, what's he got?
So, Roger, he's going to have to get this up pretty quick. He has 130 yards to the flag, 121 to the front. But he's going to go in there. He's got a pitching wedge. He's got a very clean line on the upslope, so that's going to enable him to get it up just a little bit quicker. I think he can get it all the way to the hole.
Helps him here if he can hit it hard, which will help get it up quickly.
Nice clean hit.
Unlucky, but makeable from there.
There are 20 rounds of 63 in a major. The most recent being Mark O'Meara at the PGA a couple years ago in Atlanta, Olazabal in the PGA at Valhalla in 2000. Some names might surprise you, like Michael Bradley, Brad Faxon, a good putter, Faldo, Payne Stewart, the late Payne Stewart. BJ did his at the PGA in Inverness in 1993. Jody Mudd, you saw the only one to do it twice was Greg Norman. Nick Price has done it. Player, Floyd, Weiskopf, Jack, and Aoki, those three at the Baltusrol. Marquez, Bruce Crampton comes alive in 1975. And, of course, our Johnny Miller was the first to do it, and he opened it open. BJ could be number 21 and join Norman as the only to do it more than once. Or if he makes it, he eliminates that list altogether.
Well, it's one of those records that stood a very long time, and it's really one of the standards in the game. It's a plateau that has been reached by many, but never bettered. It would be a major accomplishment. Nice to see him get this kind of welcome.
Same sort of shot that Tiger tried, Roger?
He's got his putter out, so apparently
it'd be pretty good if he could do that with that club, huh?
But apparently he feels that the area off the green is smooth enough that he can go ahead and use his putter. This is very makeable, just a little break to his left, huh, Billy?
That's exactly right, Roger. And, maybe 3 or 4 feet of fringe to go through. And as you said, certainly this putt dependent on how it comes out of that area that's not green and putting surface.
Certainly the safest shot probably for him to play, as opposed to trying to chip it. If you miss it a little bit, then hey, who knows, you might not shoot 63.
Plus you have the benefit of coming up the slope, Roger. You can be somewhat aggressive with this one.
Be 62, but I think no one's ever done that. We'll have this left for a major tying round record low of 63. And that record's nice, but more importantly, a share of the lead after 2 rounds at this U.S. Open. He's won a Masters in 2000, won the PGA at Sahalee out in Seattle in 98. Is it the U.S. Open's turn?
And he was certainly, he was my pre-tournament pick. I just had a feeling about him. I just had a feeling that his short game has improved enough to the point nobody questions his work ethic, how hard he works. I know there was some of the unfortunate stuff with Annika, this and that recently, but won at Dallas, played well at Memorial. It just looked like a man who was ready really to kind of play well right now. Certainly he's done that today.
Had a heckler ejected from 14.
Liner now is a little putt for a red number. We'll slide to his right.
finishes with a 70 for the second straight day. Now Rocco for birdie. So that probably won't allow him more playing here.
Won't be around for the next two. Clears the stage for Vijay to finish off with 63.
Books. A 63 here in the second round at Olympia Fields, and a tie for the lead as we head to the weekend. Yikes. Only the fourth 63 in the 103 U.S. Opens. He had that eagle early to start with an eagle. Many a good thing can happen, and we just saw it, right? Eagles, 7 birds, 2 bogeys. And the first that we've seen in an Open, a 63 in 23 years. Well done, Vijay.
He really did most of his damage on the back side, which is the harder of the two sides. Makes it even more impressive. 6 birdies coming in on the final 9.
Just a moment ago, Justin Leonard on 8, second shot. Leonard 1 over for the day.
Kind of a scratchy round for Justin. Some good, some bad. That's outstanding.
That's nothing scratchy about that. Scratch fever as that birdie brings him back to where he began the day at 4 under. Furyk and Singh, record holders both. 2 shots over Laney, who finished with 68. Tiger charging. Nick Price superb. Leonard still to play. You get the feeling that we've only just begun for the weekend? Yeah, we'll be back. Championship where Jim Furyk and Vijay Singh are both record holders, as we mentioned, going away. Elaborate a little more. They're at 7 under. And what happens if you lead after the second round? Well, obviously with co-leaders, not everybody can win, but Tiger led last year and wired it. Goosen had the lead, the 3-way lead. Brooks and Goosen ended up in the playoffs, so they both kind of were in it. Tiger, of course, wired everybody at Pebble in 2000. Payne Stewart won in Pinehurst, a 3-way tie. The last time that a leader after the second round did not win it was Payne Stewart, who led at Olympic. But Lee Jansen passed him in the end. Stewart finished second. To the 9th.
Padraig Harrington getting ready for his second shot at the long par 4. Got Sneeds there.
He has driven the ball on the left side of the fairway, which is obviously the ideal side. Gary has 195 yards left. Managed to stay around, and at least he's kept himself in position that if he can make a run in the next couple of days, he can have a chance to win.
Not a very sharp round today for him, though. 2 bogeys, just 1 birdie. Had another loose shot. It's tough up and down from there. And over at the long par 3 17th, from behind the green, the 2002 Senior Open champion, Don Pooley. Ooh, that's a nice touch. Pooley playing in just his 3rd tournament of the year after having shoulder surgery last fall, so trying to get his game in shape for his defense at Inverness in just a couple of weeks in Toledo, Ohio. And we go to 9.
Justin Leonard from 182. Finally got back to even par for today's round with that birdie at number 8. 4 under par for the tournament.
Will not climb that little ridge, guarding the hole and funnel back down the hill. Long birdie putt left. And we'll join Jimmy Roberts.
Gary, thanks so much. The hits just keep coming at this U.S. Open. The latest, Vijay Singh, 63. If I had told you that you're going to play a U.S. Open round and you're only going to have 8 pars, would you have thought that you'd be relatively happy after the round?
Yeah, I wasn't aware. That's all I did. No, I don't know. I mean, I was hitting the ball really good even yesterday, and I didn't hit too many bad shots yesterday, so I was focused on what I was going to do today. I had a very good practice session and warmed up very well with my putter, and the putter kind of finally got warm, and I hit a lot of good shots and made some putts, and hence 63.
Yeah, that's generally the case with you. When you putt well, you score well. Were you aware at all that you were on target to match or perhaps break a record, which is quite revered in this sport? You know, no one's ever gone lower than 63 in a major championship.
All I could remember was Drucker said, well, you know, Miller shot a 63, and I said, well, that could be the lowest, you know, ever score in a major. So, but I had a chance on 17, and I went for it on 18, and I had a good lie in the bunker, but hey, I'll take a 63 any day to a course record.
Why wouldn't you? Did you think at all about what might have been 2 bogeys and one of them on a par 5 that you could reach in 2?
Yeah, we got kind of stuck on the green there for a long time. I mean, it took me at least 7, 8, 10 minutes to hit my putt, the first one, and kind of left it short, and I didn't want to wait any longer, so I just went on and hit the next one and missed it. But, you know, that was I would say a lapse of concentration over there, but I played really good from there on and focused on what I was doing and not anybody else, and played well.
Quite an ovation as you walked up the final hole there. With all you've been through in the last couple of weeks, to see the crowd react to you that way, what were your emotions like?
It felt like it was the last day of the Open, you know. I mean, there was, the ovation on 17 was bigger than one on 18, so that was really good. I mean, I was pumped up, and I was playing well, and it was just a feeling that you want to do that every day, every hole you play.
On the 14th hole, an unfortunate incident, of course, stemming, I suppose, from your comments about Annika Sorenstam. Do you feel you've been treated unfairly, Vijay?
I really would like to focus on the Open this week, and I'm not going to answer any of those questions, and I'll let you guys decide that. You've been doing pretty fine jobs to this moment.
But the guy was thrown out. Did he bother you?
No, it didn't. I mean, I made my putt and went on to play the next hole. Better the next one, too.
Vijay, congratulations, 63. It was quite a round.
All right, thanks.
Let's go back out to the course.
And Padraig Harrington's 3rd shot at the par 4 ninth. Just creeping up to the top of the ridge, but leaves a long putt for par as we go back to 8.
Bird for Bird. It's a flop.
A flock of birds being made today, that's for sure.
Look who's here. Win last year, Southern. Great rookie season. He's in it to 7.
And Freddie Couples, 2 over par. The cut line, if we are projecting correctly. Freddie obviously worried with his back today, but look at this golf shot. Still makes good swings, even that old back gives him a fit. Let's go back to 9.
Charles Howell left with a lengthy putt for birdie, Ed Snead.
A lengthy putt indeed. And he bogeyed number 8. Again, Gary, I'm not sure what the cut's going to be, but I'm sure he's thinking about it.
Tough putting through all those shadows.
Up and over a ridge, the tendency is to be short. Well, we've seen it all day long, Roger. Very severe slope there, just short of the hole.
Guys, when we're done here, top of the hour, Sports Center, Matt Weiner, Mike Greenberg. Another rocket shot at 300 tonight. Roger Clemens goes for baseball history on a day we've seen golf history. A guarantee for Mutombo in Game 5, NBA tonight. Top 10 father-son moments as we approach Father's Day. And, of course, we had the Haas's both playing here and the father-son here in the U.S. Open. All that coming up on Sports Center following our coverage here. But we still have Jonathan Bird out there moving up the leaderboard and Justin Leonard with a chance.
Leonard. Ed Snead, not an easy putt here. He's got to come right up the face of that ridge.
I'm sure he would take 2 putts from here. You're exactly right. Has to come up the face of that ridge, and then the ball flattens out.
Goes pretty hard to the left as well.
Always hard to get your speed when you change levels.
Tough day for Justin Leonard. Opening tee shot on number 10. Way to the right. Found the hazard that guards the 9th green. Escaped with a bogey there, but just not many real good shots. Harrington now for par, and been a tough day for him too, Ed.
Very tough day, Gary. You pointed out that he hit sort of a loose shot here. He hit a number of those. Haven't played horribly, I guess, but not the kind of round that he would have expected.
It was interesting. He finished poorly yesterday with a couple of bogeys late in the round, and said he felt as though he had gotten tired and really just completely lost his focus.
Well, it looks like maybe that happened today. He certainly hit a few loose shots at the end of the round.
Won't move his feet, just moves the putter behind the ball.
Struggling at the 9th. We go back to 7.
And Retief Goosen, Open champion in 2001. It's for a birdie. He's 2 over par. Back to 8.
A moment ago, Jerry Kelly from up the road, Madison, Wisconsin. Second shot. Hey there. To 9.
Par effort now for Leonard. Even par round of 70, 4 birdies, 4 bogeys. He'll start the 3rd day, 3 shots off the lead. So we go back to 7.
And Couples now for a birdie. He's 2 over par as well. Hit a wonderful shot in there. He just bogeyed both 5 and 6. Freddie is always in motion. He moves, and he was standing in the back of the green swinging left-handed, which probably helps. The alternate motion helps his back. Nice birdie. Freddie moves to 1 over par, and that back will hold out. He should be there for the weekend. Over to 6.
That is the second shot on the way for Luke List, young amateur from the Atlanta area who qualified in Atlanta. On his way to Vanderbilt University this fall to play golf. Second in Atlanta in the qualifying was Billy Andrade. Andrade introduced himself to List and arranged for the two to play a practice round here this week. So a nice experience, I'm sure, for this young man playing in his first U.S. Open Championship.
Hard to describe the feeling of playing in your first Open, isn't it, Gary? I mean, you've never seen a golf course prepared like this in your life.
No, I can remember my first. It was 1973 when Johnny Miller shot 63, and I'm kind of thinking, whoa.
I better go home and practice.
Yeah.
Hit lots of balls.
Here's a good look at the 9th. 496-yard par 4. Dog leg left. Fairway bunker there on the right-hand side, very much in play. Move over to the 17th. This just a moment ago, Dan Forsman's second shot. Here's the long par 3. Whoa. Whoa. He would go on to make bogey and drop back to 1 under par for the championship. at 9. Jonathan Bird waiting for just a moment. You know, this guy's playing in his first U.S. Open, and he's currently tied for 3rd. Played in his first Masters earlier this year and finished tied for 8th. The best finish among those who played in the Masters for the first time. So I think a lot of it has to do, Roger, with his caddy, Mike Carrick, who for years worked for Tom Kite.
And learned an awful lot about golf course management. And I think for a young man without a major championship experience, to have a guy like Mike, I agree with you, Gary, invaluable helping him navigate his way around the golf course, because it's a little different game than it is on a week-in, week-out basis on the PGA Tour. Golf course prepared in a fashion like this, all of a sudden, you have to be more careful where you leave the ball. You have to think shots out.
He's waiting for a ruling with one of his playing competitors, so we'll step away for just a moment. Be right back to the U.S. Open. And after the ruling, Jonathan Bird is ready to play his second shot to number 9. Striking the irons well. Today he's already hit 15 of 17 greens in regulation. Yeah, looks like he might have pulled that one a little bit by his reaction. But safely into the center of the green, so shouldn't be any problem there. Leaves an uphill putt. Over to the 7th.
And J. Don Blake, who started the day 4 under par after 66 yesterday. His back is hurting him, boy, and this ball doesn't even get to the creek down there. It was so poorly hit, so that is an incredible thing that can happen to us. When it goes out, it goes out.
Murph, we have seen some incredible things here today with Jim Furyk at his score, and obviously Vijay's score at 133. That's a new low in the Open. You see the whole leaderboard. Vijay 63 tied a major low, and we think the cut will be 3 over with Roger. At 143 would be the lowest cut score ever, not in relation to par, but basically we don't see red numbers like this in the Open.
No, we don't. We have seen 2 days where the golfers have enjoyed ideal conditions, a golf course that was receptive, and accordingly they're putting up numbers we haven't seen before in an Open Championship.
Oh, by the way, when Tiger Woods charges with a 66, or oh, by the way, Nick Price has a 65, they're, like we said, buried in paragraph 6, 7, and 8. Tom Watson's still in there at -3. I mean, it's, you said, and everybody said, what, 40, 50 guys have a chance. I mean, we've weaned it down some, but still, any of 20 or 25 still have a chance? Is that a big number?
It might be a little big, but certainly on that first page of the leaderboard, when you're talking about Stephen Leaney and Jonathan Bird, you know, those guys, maybe to the average viewer, average golf fan, not real familiar, but certainly those other 5 names up there are bona fide stars, and it'll be interesting to see if Jim Furyk and Vijay Singh with Tiger Woods right behind him can hang on in the weekend.
26 right now in the red, meaning under par. Midnight on ESPN Sports Center at the U.S. Open from Olympia Fields, the NFL primetime of golf with Carl Ravitch and Andy North. Take a look at everything that's happened today, and you know, we've and if anything happens while we go off the air, remember Sports Center will have that, which is coming up next. Roger, we joked that you and I were naturally together at happy hour, but this has been a happy hour and a happy couple of days for these in the U.S. Open, that's for sure. Very rare do you see opportunities like this.
Well, it's been a happy week, really. I mean, the players, you know, it's been my experience that really the toughest Open Championships, the best Open Championships, the players, there's a lot of grousing before the tournament starts, grumbling, courses too hard, roughs too high, fairways too narrow. Didn't have that here. Everybody very happy, and they're reflected in the scores. It's been an easy Open for the players so far.
They're going to come up with something, aren't they, on the weekend? I know they can't seed the clouds, but other than that, now what?
Well, I predict the greens won't see any water.
Well, double, triple cuts, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think they'll do what they can to get the golf course in fighting trim, and who knows, Olympia Fields may make a bit of a comeback this weekend.
Fitting on a course that once was played on by Al Capone under an alias and many of the other Chicagoland gangsters. It was almost robbery out here, wasn't it?
Machine Gun Jack McGurn, I love those names.
Well, they were all here, but we have other names like Furyk and Vijay and Tom Watson and Tiger, and who have made their mark and will continue to do so. And here's Jonathan Bird, who at 9. Gary?
Chris, you talk about guys making a name for themselves. This young man is certainly headed in that direction. The Rookie of the Year last year on the PGA Tour, won toward the end of the year at the Buick Challenge at Callaway Gardens. Shot a final 9 of 30 to win that event. A couple of eagles included in that blast on the last 9 holes. So a lot of people really expecting a lot of good things from this young man in the future. Roger, I've had a chance to watch him play. Really hits the ball a long way for such a... He's not a big guy.
No, he's not, and he hits it solid most every time, too. He's a very solid ball striker. I played a practice round with him, not this year, but last year at Pebble Beach before the AT&T, and let's just leave it at he made me feel very inadequate.
Made you feel your age?
Yes, maybe double my age.
All right, well, putt for a birdie. Should this go in, it will move him to 6 under par. Should be turning to his right as it gets near the hole. Lacking some speed.
As we run out of our time here at Olympia Fields, a look at the leaderboard. Final time, which sees Jim Furyk and Vijay Singh. Record 133. U.S. Open records. And Sports Center coming up next tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern on ESPN, a third-round preview show. Then join NBC tomorrow and Sunday, 1:30 Eastern for third-round coverage, then final round coverage. For all of us, Dan Hicks, Johnny Miller, Murph, Mark Rolfing, Ed Sneed, Mike Compatriots, Andy North, Jimmy Roberts, Billy Kratzer, Scott Van Pelt, and Roger Maltby. It has been a pleasure.
I've enjoyed every moment with you, Chris. Thank you.
Well, you guys have welcomed me. I'll never forget. I'm Chris Berman. Thanks for watching from Olympia Fields. Sports Center is next.
The defending U.S. Open champion played like he wanted the trophy back, and Tiger not finished, still on the range working on his game after a 66. And it had been 23 years since Weiskopf and Nicklaus shot 63 in the 80 U.S. Open until today. Vijay Singh attacking Olympia Fields.